Welcome everyone to Totally Online Gaming Group. We're glad you guys could join us for another addition to our show lineup where we are going to be doing a new campaign that we're hoping to do every Monday night. Of course, that'll depend on day job stuff, but we're going to be doing this campaign as every Monday night if we can. And before we get into that, real quick shout out to our sponsors, Critical Hit Gaming Supplies. They are a locally owned here in Central Florida, family-owned company that does dice bags, dice trays, miniatures galore, and they go to the conventions and have special cool stuff that is only available at the conventions. Dragon Con is coming up in Atlanta, September 1st through the 5th. They'll be there on the first floor of the vendor hall. I'll be there with them. Come by and see us, and maybe I'll have a special little gift for you. Anyway, our new campaign, Magnus Aevum, which is not going to be run by me. I will be a player. So let me introduce the Dungeon Master for Magnus Aevum. Andrew, come have a seat, man.
All right, welcome to Magnus Aevum. My name is Andrew. I'm pretty much going to be your storytelling DM today and every Monday. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Yeah, couldn't help it. Didn't mean to do it, but it's happened now, and you're stuck with it.
Yep.
So, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the basics of the campaign idea to all of you at home and abroad and on your mobile devices. For that to happen, I need all of my players to please exit the studio.
Alright, bye guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Well,
Session's over, bye-bye.
Anyway.
Bye.
They're always so disgruntled.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome. Alrighty. Magnus Aevum. A world has had centuries of particular history and a millennia of mythology. Starting with a war for power and knowledge and secrets. People wishing and dreaming great things while manifesting a reality at their own making. In the long run, this turned into a conflict among men and women in many races seeking the mystery of Aevum. Many have called it a different thing or two. Some seek it as enlightenment, others think it's an object, others believe it is another plane of existence. It's not for us to decide, for it was their dreams. They fought for an unknown amount of time, and eventually their war mysteriously ended. A kingdom got formed not too far after the end of the war that delved into taking those powers and creating magical technologies, wonders if you will, that could rival our society's expectations. Eventually, this too, like all things, fell apart, and clans that forged themselves in the heat of battle and flame and blood found themselves yet again starting over. But life is adaptable. No matter how this went, they were bound to find something new. Eventually, 5 clans rose to prominence. Lepus, Aelstrom, Calum, Tyr, eventually Moot. A fringe one, Drake, was formed as well, but it didn't come to fruition in full until later years. Minor clans kind of warred in among themselves, while the 5 great clans formed essentially pacts and alliances, tit for tat with one another. In the end, it was all out war. Aelstrom and Calum filling themselves up with the lands of Tyr through their Twin Star Alliance. Aggressors, having sniffed at each other multiple times over the centuries, decided to emerge in full force. Tyr was no slouch in this. The clan rose up and mustered thousands of soldiers, and eventually started making headway. The other clans weren't bound to stay out of that. No. Of course, Lepus saw opportunities, Moot saw more, and a new clan, not of much prominence, TOGG formed and rose. Decided to be neutral in this, trading to all parties, while the others shed their blood in the fields, the mountains, around the Steinbocks, and eventually on farms and cities. This war lasted some time until something changed. A group of witches, powerful and ancient in concept and majesty, drew on something unknown and forged a creature much akin to a man. Or was it a woman? No one ever found out because the armor clad never came off. It stepped upon the field and began to slaughter by the hundreds and eventually the thousands. Tyr had its partnership with the witches, so they gained the boom. Elstraw and Calum eventually figured out the secret, or one similar to it, and forged their own. And these three taken to the battle no longer made any fight for a single being fair. In fact, matching them was armies on one. Two more would rise, and by the time all five had taken the field, it was inevitable that a truce must be called. But the old clans had blood feuds, and the blood feud must be settled. Combat was the only way. These five paladins that emerged saw a few others as well, but none survived the war, so their tales will not be told. The five that survived was darkness, law, knowledge, industry. They are the main ones. There is possibly more out there. No one will ever know. Because eventually Tyr organized everybody together, being the conqueror, with their paladin of war, the fifth and strongest of them. And they formed a kingdom called Asa. That was 300 years ago. Technology, and inspiration, and dreams have come back. The first train was invented. Crystal-powered, magic-fueled, grinding metal upon metal rail as it screeched across mountain passes at a dizzying 30-odd miles an hour. Not impressive in the grand scheme of modern technology by our standards, but by theirs. Oh, flight was just around the corner. This is the world we begin in. Balsan is the kingdom. We shall see our first characters emerge. I will call Jen and Logan to the table. I said I will call Jen and Logan to the table.
Okay.
They didn't hear me. They thought they did. It's
We're
bound
not
to
paying
happen.
attention.
I mean, the rooms certainly are soundproof.
Yeah, it's a lot more soundproof than we fucking thought.
Yep.
Oh shit. It's
Oyo.
cold in here. Hi, I'm Jen, guys.
I'm Logan.
Most of you don't know me. Just kidding.
Before we get going with the story that you all have wove together with me, let's start with introductions of your characters and some descriptions for everyone at home to imagine with.
I gotta remember what I named this bitch.
Alright.
Give me a second.
If you need help, it's Tasha.
No, I changed it.
Oh, why would you do these things at the last minute?
It's on the D&D video.
Weeks of planning and she changes the name.
Down the drain.
Well, then we'll start with you, Logan, while Jen tries to figure out what she did with her concepts.
Alright. So just a general description.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright.
I figured that
Adrit Alstraub is a lizard folk shaman. Initially, he hails from a small abandoned temple that belonged to his pack, but he set out on adventure to wherever the campaign begins after coming across some sort of revelation. Now, as for general appearance, Adrit is about 6'5", fairly muscular, but not hulking. I got you, thank you. He wears sort of Native American garb, like feathers and vibrant oranges and reds with a lot of white mixed in there as well. And these, oddly enough, his lizard slit eyes are blue, which is uncommon for lizard folk. There's my description.
Alright, guys. I am Gwen. I am a human female. Long red hair, wears a lot of green and brown, like in the accents and like the belt and stuff. I have a staff. I got some boots. I got a little like mini cape situation.
Mini cape.
Yes, it's like a sweater. Yeah, I'm like 5'7".
Big disparity in height there.
I'm doing
Big
great.
disparities.
How tall were you? I wasn't paying
6'5".
attention. Oh, yeah, a little bit taller than me.
I don't typically play tall characters, but here's the exception.
A little bit taller. Oh, oh look, a page I can't see. All right.
So, our story is going to begin in a small academy that grew over centuries into one of the most prominent things in Balsan. There are 3 great academies. As it turns out, someone is seeking important knowledge. As they arrive upon the steps, they find the marble-cut stone quite old and worn by the weather of time. And of course, rain and all the other things that would normally weather such a place. The majesty outside of the building is shown in the 2 founding headmasters, in which you have no idea of their origins. One man, human of nature, unknown complexion, because it is marble cast in white. Hairs tied, medium length, seems to merge a bit with a tunic, fairly common in nature, and a set of belts upon them, 3 in all. A cross at the chest for 2 that latch to a third at his waist. The 2 that latch at his chest area has a small emblem on there that you recognize, going back to the god of the war, or the god of war within the kingdom. It's not unusual to find symbolism and holy marks upon the creatures that own this kingdom. It's foreign, of course, to you. On the other side is a woman. I believe she is elven. Ears pointed a slight bit. Figures too curvy to make you think it's actually an elf. Having remembered most elves are lithe and tend to be spindly to some extent too. Not all, of course, there's exceptions, but this one seems to be maybe a half-breed.
Alright.
Hair is non-existent on her, but there are clear etchings of tattoos that weave all around her face, framing it around the back of her ears, up and down her neck, forming around her head. Each of these are symbols of an old language that you're possibly familiar with, as it is the language of magic and dragons.
Am I familiar with Draconic? Let's see. Pulling up the character sheet now.
Can I read any of it?
You already would know what it says.
Yes, I do know Draconic.
What does it say?
Then you both are unique scholars of the ancient world.
Beautiful.
I come here to learn.
Yes, that makes sense. So, each of the tattoos is an inspiration of sorts. One speaking to valor of the fallen. One speaking of the sacrifice of those that have survived. One speaking to the blood of the ancestors that made them. Another one speaking to the words that shaped the different groups that existed. And one that says something about spirit being the binding element of all things. As useful as that may be, it is just words carved on a statue.
True.
And it holds up as in place of a column and lintel system, an opening that is squared off. The academy itself is a square building with a large dome on the top and a spire at its peak. The dome is not painted gold, as we would expect. It is instead blue. The stone is all white, but etched all around the entire place are more quotes of inspiration, mostly for the learner to be reminded, well, of their betters, let's be honest. Inside, you find this polished black marble stonework floor, 2 golden statues that resemble the exact same 2 on the outside, each holding a flag. One shows the heraldry of a manticore. A manticore that has wrapped its claws deeply into the haunches of a smaller creature that is reptilian in nature. Can't see its face because it's buried too much into the mound that is the body. The stinger is recently come out of the scaly hide. As you see, the puncture is well etched into the flag's idea. Embroidery, of course. The main field of the flag is red. The subfield behind the manticore is gold. The manticore itself etched in silver. Nice contrast, but gaudy nonetheless. Red and gold being classic, and silver being a little odd, unless you have a flair for, well, I wouldn't even say dramatic. Sad would be more appropriate. But such is the taste of humans of old. On the other side is a woman, powerful in stance, sword raised just above her waist, but point at the ground. The other hand is raised to the sky, and you see the shadows that around her, embroidered in black. She's woven on a red field of a circle, and small patches of gray give you the illusion it might be a moon. The shadows themselves are hands on tendrily extensions instead of limbs. The main field of this flag is white, and there is no subfield, as the moon makes up most of it. In your knowledge, the woman represents the witches of Anras, the ancient, powers that made the paladins. The manticore, on the other hand, is universally known to some extent, because it's the Paladin of War's banner. And what the dragon has to represent actually has to do with overcoming ancient magic. It has absolutely nothing to do with the species. And the manticore is, of course, a fiction, as far as anyone is concerned. On a small dais in front of these statues is a lectern designed to greet the 200-odd students that come to this university every year. In the wintertime is the beginning of the year, and it concludes briefly during the spring after a 4-month cycle. It does it again in the fall. The total time for each break is only 2 weeks. All students go year-round. 2 headmasters head up the academy, but they're not the important things right now. You already have some information. You seek a very specific person. The halls off to the right, there are 3 of them, and there are 2 off to the left. They're more of the same, wooden-clad side walls, carved out from old beech trees, and in slats all the way down. Occasional painting of a former headmaster or instructor of note. Things that nobody seems to pay attention to these days. Occasionally you'll see heraldry, specifically of the different ministries, being headed by the paladins themselves. If you were to go behind the dais, you would probably find storage and common space rooms that the teachers and faculty would make use of, and the facility operations people would. But in this case, you don't have access, so
Fair enough.
I can't help you there.
Yeah.
You've lost your keys. Keys to a kingdom. But you know who you're finding, and you know where her office is. As you enter, I will leave it to you to describe your own office.
Oh shit.
Hey.
So, my office is it's a pretty normal sized office, nothing too big and fancy, but I have a very nice mahogany desk. And it's got a bunch of carvings of moons and planets and suns. And then I have the flags on the wall, the same 2 that were out in the hallway. And it's filled with bookshelves. And I have 2 chairs on the other side of my desk in which guests could come and sit.
As we start everything off, it is up to you how much you share. It is up to you how much you know. It is up to everybody at home to decide if they're lying. And of course, they're insight checks, maybe if it's relevant. So, in this case, I will leave you to seek the information that you need.
Alright. right. So as Adric walks in the room, he sort of breathes in the surroundings, and I'm assuming you are sitting down at your desk?
Yeah, I'm scrolling through a book.
At this, Adric kind of makes a quick noise with his hands, trying to get your attention, and then bows.
I assume you have an appointment?
I have come seeking knowledge. I have heard you are a bearer of such things.
I'm a bearer of many things.
Would you tutor me then?
Any specifics?
And now is the time where I pull up notes, because there was a lot that we talked about.
We talked about none of this.
I assume that's alright.
No,
Alright.
unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
No, don't
He
pull
walks
up the
in.
knowledge you
Fuck.
have. Don't possibly look at that.
You said Adric?
Adret, so A-D-R-E-T.
Oh, E-T, not C-K. Solid.
I'm going to also ask a quick question here.
Absolutely. And feel free to ask for any specific things, and I will come
Also,
up with the
I did-
roles that might matter if they are
I did
relevant.
change your name to Gwen. So
I see it in
I
the.
didn't know if you wrote it,
Yeah.
but it's Gwen. Not
I see that
Gwen.
Jason changed it already in the stream, and I was like, oh, okay, so
Let's see.
got it.
Sorry, I made the decision the other day.
Again, weeks of planning changed in moments.
I did this yesterday.
Welcome to D&D. This
Welcome
happens
to
every
D&D.
time.
I'm still doing my spells.
Yep, that sounds about right.
So, at this, before answering that question of yours,
Mhm.
Adret again bows and says, "My apologies. It is of your culture to introduce oneself, is it not?"
You walked in here without an appointment. You didn't knock. You've already introduced yourself to all I need.
I see. I am not quite familiar with formalities. For this I am most sincerely apologetic. I am Adret Alstral. What do they call you, Professor?
You can call me Gwen.
Gwen. Not a name I've heard before, but elegant nonetheless. Moving forward, I seek knowledge on the spirit of Rafa.
I mean, you might if you would like to make a history check.
Uh, 17.
You're aware of it being a powerful force, supposedly used by an ancient kingdom, and it correlates with some of the old magics that your people don't wield. Beyond that, spirit magic is not really a forte.
Well, I am not super versed in that, but I can point you in the right direction. I walk over to one of my mini bookshelves and search for a book that I deem relevant. Throw it down at the desk at you.
Adret, once again, attempting to be as formal as possible, takes a bow and takes the book, and then reaches into his pouch, and this is the wrong device. God, I love having separate devices that hold separate information.
So connected in this
Paper.
world. It's great.
I got paper!
Paper. I need to get like a small notebook like that.
I do my best to have a good memory, but I use notes nonstop.
Yeah. So Adret pulls out 10 gold pieces and says, "I trust this will be enough for the information you share."
I just nod.
I intend to finish this book. Once I am done, whether or not I recall the information that I desire, would you teach me in your own ways further? This academy is quite magnificent.
Well, I repeat, spirit magic's not really my forte.
Yes, I am aware.
I'm not opposed to doing what I can.
In other areas, I mean, what this academy usually offers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I could do that.
It's about this time. A student comes in. Your next appointment, of course.
My actual appointment.
Your actual
Not this
appointment.
motherfucker.
Professor, Excuse me. Might I... Am I intruding? I can come back.
It's a guy or a girl?
It's a small, mousy man with whimsy hair, a squat body, and a dwarven belly.
Yes, Harold, come in.
It's some herring, but that's fine. So I just wanted to go back over the notes from your class on the nature of animistic absorption and the transmutation of properties relating to fire and wind. Would you have the time? Am I really interrupting? I think I am.
No, you're good. Adric.
Adrit. Yes, I will take my leave now. Once again, I thank you for your time and for your knowledge. You are a practitioner of these arts as well?
I'm a third-year student, so practice may not be the right term. Experience is limited.
Nonetheless, I hope to make your acquaintance as well. Perhaps in the coming week.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm Herod.
Adrit.
Wonderful. Adrit. Yeah, can I borrow the professor?
Right. And with this, Adrit walks out of the room.
I would like to call Zach to the table.
Zakari. I am enjoying this a lot so far.
Bro, I didn't know I was a teacher.
You wanted to work at the
No, I know.
college? You should have known that was
wrong.
coming.
I was like librarian. I'll take it though.
I bet you did not specify.
I'm a professor.
Yep, too late.
Solid.
Hello.
Hi. So, before we pull a poor and unsuspecting Zach into this,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we will have Zach introduce his character to the stream.
Hello, I am Zach, as you all are aware. I am playing a human named Lamel Tyr. I'm a level 3 monk with a gun. Yeah. As far as things you would like to know about my character, not much can be said other than... Why are you handing me this?
I'm trying to be helpful.
I know what my character looks like.
Fine, I don't.
I'm sure there's information that can be uploaded later anyway.
Ridiculous.
I've grew up in wealth, then fell down the social ladder, you might say, and so I'm on a little bit of a revenge quest, not to go into any too specific details.
Sounds good. All right. So, just because we haven't spoken in actual speech, it's all been text. Lamel?
Lamel.
Yes. Making sure I have names right. Good.
It's fine, I'll just change it.
I had that one totally wrong because she decided to change it after we last talked. So
Yeah, she's good at that.
I noticed. It's fine. All right. So,
You get used to it.
though you don't work for me, and you definitely don't, you don't really owe her anything other than you want to owe her. She comes to you. Nina is a woman that is of decent stature. Human female woman. Wore braids along the sides of her hair. Keep dirty blonde locks off her face. Pulled into a loose tail meant to keep it on her back. A warrior's braid and tie. Her general clothing is a square tunic with some lace embroidered and some heraldry that you're generally used to by now, because it's mostly knot work. No symbolism like all the people of this kingdom, and certainly not of most of the fringe people. She's a self-proclaimed woman of the north in the ice peaks, but you get enough evidence at this point to probably confirm that. She wears a simple cloth belt and fighter's breeches with armored boots. She keeps a nice set of gloves on her at all times, ready for a bout if necessary, or a slight beating of a hoodlum that wants to be a little too stupid and greedy. She always has the same kind of six-shooting apparatus, or revolver at this point, at her hip. She's not shy to have a knife or two on her either, and is probably one of the most heavily armed citizens of the kingdom you've probably seen, that walks around brazenly in front of the Watchers. Past that, her slightly darker than average skin is the only thing that makes her look foreign. She walks up to you at the standard office in the auditorial arena. All around her are shields, mostly broken ones from bouts either you've participated in, witnessed, or heard the story too many times to recount. And ultimately, they're all made of wood and slight rivets, and she'd love to teach every gladiator by beating them senseless with at least one new one, which she probably handmade. Past that, the walls are very threadbare. Simple sandstone walls, no real special decor in the room, a small fur carpet from a mountain lion she killed herself. Her desk is a simple writer's desk that somebody did a favor and made for her, which is ironic because the only writing she can do is numbers. But that's okay, that's what she has a scribe that she pays for to keep track of others. Past that, she welcomes you into her office and goes, "Listen, I have a few hang-ups that I must deal with, and I would like to ask, feel free to turn it down, if you would be willing to address one of them. You know how much I hate dealing with authority in this kingdom, and you know how I loathe even more to go to its centers of propaganda and exchange of useless information. As I say, I need you to go to the academy." Yes, I know.
You said you weren't one for hang-ups, and I guess I was right. That is one hang-up there.
Yeah. I'm in need of borrowing a few of their students that are studying to be soldiers. You know, the ones that are temporarily, what's the right word for it? Studying to become officers in the military. You know.
That type, yeah.
Yes, the young and brash. They make wonderful target practice in the bouts, and I would love to use them in the field battle that is next week.
We're talking about torturing innocent kids, can we get?
I mean, they're not children entirely. They've all served some measure of their service.
They're children and fine, let's get it going.
Teenagers will do that. Old or not, doesn't matter. I'm offering them 25 gold a bout, and any medical necessities that they will require, which I'm almost certain they will require based on how things have been going.
It's a pretty tempting offer there.
Isn't it? There's 100 in it for you to convince at least 10 of them to come.
I'll get you 15.
You're so kind. That means the naval battle in next month will be possible. I'm starting to love you, dear. Well, if you'd be more than willing, I have a small contact. And it's going to be an interesting idea if the ministry actually approves this. You know, the familiars are not going to like the idea of me bringing actual soldiers in. But, well, after last time, I don't think they're going to exactly be able to field the necessities for their gambling. So, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love it.
You've always been kind to me. I can do you a favor or two.
Appreciate it. I gotta go train the new sponsors. Maybe you do have the better deal. As she starts to leave, the scribe comes in and starts to go, Ma'am, I believe we were going to cover letters to... Not now. And just pushes him bodily out of the way. And just continues down the hall. As she's exiting the door, she slips a footman's half spear into her hand and just starts walking down the hall with it. The spear point's been blunted. For whatever kindness that might mean.
Not much. As I make my way out, I'll pat the scribe on the shoulder. Tell him, you don't get quite the sense of time, do you?
No, I don't.
Spend enough time with Nita, you'll get it.
I don't think that's possible.
Nah, sure it is. If I can do it, you can. Then I'll leave.
So the steps of the academy are pretty familiar to you. You walk up the marble stairs, scoff once at the male column, in air quotes if we will. Nod homage to the female one, as it doesn't necessarily pertain to the noble houses. Walk into the grand foyer, and it's black marble and heralded flags of propaganda that is everywhere. The Manticore of War, the women of Anras, of course they would use those. What better way to fuel the military machine? It's not like there's not a school specifically for the military on the other end of town. But nope, they go after the learned as well. There's 3 halls, you're used to this, 3 on the right, 2 on the left. As you're walking in, an oddity of all kinds walks out into the main hall. I will leave the 2 of you to your own greeting.
So what would necessarily cause him to catch my eye, or do you think it worked the other way around?
Possibly the me smoking indoors would be a thing that ticked you off.
There you go.
Okay.
And being a lizardman, which is in a center of learning, is exceptionally unusual.
I'm not sure I would get the social cue of the whole smoking thing.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not, so...
Fair enough. Maybe
Your move.
maybe my lack of clothing too.
Lack of clothing. Your move then, yeah.
Oh,
Walking with my book.
I kind of bump shoulders with you. Oh, my bad. Lamel. Sorry to bump into you like that. Formal greeting together. Shake hands.
Edrit.
Edrit?
Yes.
Edrit, well met. I gotta say, I've never seen a lizard folk in a place of study before. I'm curious. What do you study?
A little on religion, but not much more.
Religious, eh?
Very. I am a shaman of my own pack. I realize I am out of my element.
Well, being out of your element sure does bring the brightness forward.
You could say as much. You do not look to be a man of the Bible. No, not the Bible, right? Jesus Christ Almighty!
Woo! Woo! We went too real there.
Of one of the many good books, I take it.
You do not seem to be a man of faith, nor a learner.
I would surprise you quite a bit there. I'm quite devout in my study of the God of War. I take his teachings very seriously.
Then is that why you are here?
No, I'm here on business, actually. Not for faith today. Say, you wouldn't happen to know who this is or where they are, would you? And I show him the contact name.
Is this what this happened to be, Gwen?
It is not. And in fact, you're not sure who this would be. It is an Adriana Moot Drake.
Drake.
A Moot Drake.
Double name, okay.
For naming conventions purposes, because I just want to give some exposition, the middle name is the major clan in which everybody belongs. The secondary name is usually their actual family name, which of course is typically also a clan name. So yes, that does mean a Calum can happen. That's how you'll probably know that they're pure blood.
Pure blood.
And they probably won't introduce themselves with both names.
So, Adrit definitely does not know who this is, but Adrit never shies away from helping the common man, as is part of his faith. So, he looks at Lamel, you said, right? It says,
yeah.
No, I have not heard of this name before, but I will more than gladly help you. I'm in no rush. Let us search this campus together.
Sure, that means we're going to have a bit more of a conversation, sure, I guess. Although the info desk could probably be a good place to start.
I suppose that makes sense. He says, kind of puzzling on it for a moment. Info desk.
Alright, so with my new compatriot in tow, I would walk over to wherever I would know the information desk to be your welcome center and speak with them.
There's a sign. It's off to the one of the 3 hallways.
Yeah.
Of course they wouldn't put it out in the front where it makes sense.
No, they gotta hide it.
I would never do such a thing.
In the middle of campus.
Yeah, that's how it always works. We all been around campuses that do that. Y'all understand.
Looking at you, USF.
I was going to say UCF. Same thing. giant circle, student unions in the middle.
Yeah, but at least there's a shape like a circle. USF is a square.
Well, of course it's a primitive shape. Oof. I need to not get canceled today. So we will stop bagging on the universities that are out there. And we'll bag on the one that's in this fictional world.
Alright.
So you come up to an information desk, and there's a bunch of students milling about. On the ground, there's an emblem cast in silver. It is the emblem for the Paladin of Darkness. It actually is very relevant because it is a direct tie to the royal house as well, which is not unusual to find in a university. The Paladin of Darkness actually isn't as ominous as his name would suggest. Instead, it is one of the few dragon heralds you will ever find. It is a proud dragon, crested out, wings full in flare, mouth open and ready to roar. The emblem itself is the dragon as it is taking off. It is still, back legs are still touching a ground that is not pleasant, while its hind legs are tucked up ready for flight. The wings are slightly curled as if it is now just beaten back. Within its grasp of the front claws that have been tucked in is two small symbols that tend to represent the noble house of Tyr, which is the current royal family. That is a hammer, and no, it's not what you thought it was.
It's not a sickle.
No, it's not a sickle.
Boo.
It is a hammer that is in full haft, with a full haft, meaning it is 3 feet long, and a giant sledge head that on one side is a pick. The other side of the, on the other claw, not the other side, and the other claw is one of the few baubles, if we want to call it, in the icons of the kingdom. And there's a small orb that has laced in it a bunch of ivy. It looks like a terrarium if you were to put it in glass, and a bunch of ivy plants had taken it over. The only reason the symbol exists is because the hammer represents the arm of Gabor and his favored weapon in most cases, whereas the orb represents the knowledge of their alliance with the witches. Though it is mythology at this point and the witches more or less don't exist, the icons are still present and honored. The dragon being the prominent one, and that's for darkness. All around the emblem itself is a series of would-be stanchions. They're woodcuts with simple rope, just to keep you from walking over the symbol. Radiating out from it is a compass that kind of tells you the general directions with that north, south, east, west cardinal aspect. It doesn't fit with the square atrium that is here, and it doesn't point in any way the hallway entered, exits, or leads to the information desk, because it actually points the proper north for north. Somebody
The guy
rebuilt
who built
place.
the building was wrong, clearly.
Yeah, well, that's how it goes. Maybe the floor was here first. I mean, that's how you build everything, right? Ground first?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Wouldn't know, I'm not an architect.
There you go. The architect of this place decided to make a series of halls leading off from it. There is a small area where the information desk itself is at. It's manned by 3 individuals, 1 human male, 1 dwarven female, and, oddly enough, a single drow. Though in this case, they're not drow, they're just ebony-skinned elves.
Fair enough.
For those at home, drow are not specifically evil. Dropping knowledge, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, that tends to happen. They're speaking rather rapidly, some of them speaking in different tongues, translating for students in either their native language or language requested by their student file. Neither of you are aware why that would happen, but you can definitely hear some of them correcting people. And it's exactly what you would expect from a college campus at that point. Hallways that come off from this place all lead to a different ministry representative, besides the way you came in, and a series of classrooms that are off that same hallway. It's up to you what you're doing in the scene.
Say again, sorry.
Up to you what you want to do in the scene.
Alright. Immediately Adrit would start walking towards that desk with, kind of motioning for Lamel to follow him.
I will follow. Long line, huh?
It would seem that way.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He didn't say that. Oh, he actually did. I couldn't believe it. Oh, I figured, you want some students, right?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Sorry. Are you waiting in this line for much longer?
One pulls out a small flyer and shows it to you that the monthly market is happening, and they're going to have a special sale that they're feverishly going, look here, this is amazing.
No.
They're actually going to have an artificer, one of the master crafts, actually there. I've not seen this in moons. Moons, I tell you.
Moons.
I can't believe it. Look at this. We have a perfect opportunity to see arts actually on stage in the city square. Little halfling comes up, and he's like, in the cutest little way. She's got like a little sign and everything, like she's a band fan.
Aww.
Right? And she's got her little banner, and she's got a couple other people that come up, and they're all in a uniform of some kind. And they all start this little troupe performance, but along the lines of the chant is essentially going, hey, check it out, I've got perfect fundraising skills, and stuff like that.
I love
And
that.
apparently the fundraiser is for the band, for the sports team.
Yeah, their Quidditch tournament.
Sure, if we want to go that route.
Well, every university's gonna have a Quidditch team.
I'm going to avoid that property for safety's sake and my sanity. Deal with that enough at work.
There we go.
Lamel, I understand not what is going on.
We're being corralled. It's gonna be a little bit before. Oh, hey, look, our spot in line moved. Is it just that whoever's the first person you get to speak to is who you speak to, or is there
There's
line
lines for
cues
each one. Yeah. One of them specifically is for admissions and classes. Another one is for general campus assistance, which is off on the right with the drow-looking one. The center one seems to be student affairs related.
So we're
We're
going
taking
to
the drought line.
Okay, so Adju just kind of shrugs a little bit and just skips the line, just kind of shoves some people out of the way.
Okay.
My lawful nature would not abide by this, and I would very gladly still wait in line.
Her name was Adriana Moot, right?
For
The person we're looking for.
Adriana something.
Adriana Moot Drake,
There we go.
I believe. Well, so Adrian, after skipping the line, he kind of ignores any kind of shouts at him.
the person in front that's speaking, I am just trying to find where the pool is located.
Your business is not important right now.
Pulls that way.
Excuse me. I am looking for someone by the name of...
Hey, you're looking.
Yes.
It's down that hallway there. After probably about 40 paces, you're gonna make a right. It'll be outside.
You are the best. Thank you. And he goes
You're
running.
welcome.
He goes running off. He has a towel wrapped around him. He's clearly in swim shorts
Oh my
and a simple runner shirt. Has a number still on the back because he just probably did some athletics.
He did athletics. Good for him.
Good for him. I hope he rolled high. So Adric continues, says, Adriana Moot Drake. Is this name correct?
I believe you're saying that with a curse. How can I assist?
I would like to meet her, if possible.
From back in the line. We have business with her.
She is attending market.
Where is this market?
It's a city square.
Turn around, dumbass.
Thank you. Excuse me as I make my way out of the line.
Thank you for your
Make a
help.
wish. Okay.
And I catch up with Lamel and say, business taken care of then.
Very productive. Let's go to the city square and
Yes.
go to market.
To the market.
Is it a bull market or?
The city square is rather large. I will go ahead and put this where it is eat. Anyway, so you make it out to the city square, which is fairly large. It basically is like any other square you would expect in a major city, meaning that you could feasibly put a legion on it, muster them, and you would still have extra space without issues. You can go so far as to actually bring the artillery in and support cavalry, and it would still fit in the city square because of its size.
It's pretty big.
There's a major thoroughfare where a lot of things meet. There is always a city well that is there. These days, it's more ceremonial than drinking. There's usually a small waterworks setup. It's like a 5 or 6 piece slats that are in the ground all around the well. And people can come up and like wash their clothes in it, and then it naturally irrigates through a spring. You can wash food or anything else in it as long as you use the proper well. Food first, which then goes downstream to the laundry. Don't mix it; it'll go bad. Past that, there's a market day every month that occurs on a large scale. There's a small one every weekend, but every month there's a larger one that is started by the Foras, which is a very large company that's essentially all across the kingdom. And it's a series of local merchants that trade with the company, and it does a lot of transportation to and from along different major cities. And they set themselves up and they sell goods. They can be rather exotic, or at the bare minimum, hard to get in your area, if you will. This time, Foras have already started setting up. Market isn't until the next day, but there's also the Watcher Station, which is the local police, if you will. It's a decent-sized building. It's mostly made out of stonework, hewed from local mountains. So most of the stonework is brown and white and black, depending on where it's at in the cuts. The Watchers themselves have a large board that is basically placed as a sign that gets replaced every year, freshly made, freshly painted, so it looks as new as it can ever look. It actually has one of the stranger things to the general populace. If you've been to a larger city, it's not unusual. And then it actually has a gas tube filled with basically this neon light that's given off that at night lights the sign up to some extent. It basically casts light up on it. Nearby, you can see that there are a couple of the relatively newfangled horseless carriages that are meant for only 2. In a streamline, there's 4 wheels. It's basically half the width of a normal wagon, and in place of a horse is the first 4 wheels, which makes it lean down a little. And a person that goes to sit on it would have to lean deeply into it. And a person in the back is raised up to some extent. And this substitutes very well, though rather large, in a city like this for a horse, provided there's hard enough ground to drive the thing on. There's 2 of them sitting outside the station. Nearby, you can see a few of the Watchers in their outfits. It's full military garb design, but it is not actually the military's. It's red overbreast, like French-style marine. It has that double button that goes down on the one side. Armored shoulders. They all have to have clean-cut hair. They're allowed to have facial hair as long as it stays around the face. They clearly are wearing the boots for stepping and kicking. This is not a magic item. This is just an obvious thing that they will do. They all have stun clubs that will shock the crap out of you. They all carry various other arms with them, depending on the individual user. But they are completely disallowed from an edge weapon. So they're not supposed to shed blood when they arrest somebody, but they do carry a couple of different forms of manacles if necessary as well. Beyond that, they're very nicely pressed pants and metal belts with a little bit of leather strap to go all the way around. Is pretty standard uniform. Past that, you also have the Guild Authority is there as well, which the Ministry of Industry runs. It is also a stonework building. The 2 as a pair are the only ones in the square that are actually hewn stone for both floors of them. The Guild Authority actually is the congregation for all the guilds. Things like that. But there's a commotion going on in the square. And I will require Jason to come to the table
Your son!
and blame your son for taking forever. And
My
Jen.
father!
You're lucky. It took so long. Just got back from going out for pizza.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm full now.
Full now? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, to introduce Jason to the stream, I don't have to do, but I will afford him the opportunity to introduce himself and his character and give a general idea to the group of who he might be.
All right. So, my name is Jason. I am going to be playing Dominus. Dominus, his last name is Calum, is originally from a small-ish farming town, and, well, he, what you would know of him eventually is that he went to the academy in the big city and has learned a little bit of magic, but particularly it's magic of working with one's hands and creating really interesting inventions. Including one of the things that you would first notice about him is the armor he is wearing looks really strange because it looks like it originally was half-plate, but there's all sorts of weird contraptions and stuff kind of connected to it, including an odd gem that is attached to it, and this all sits atop his 6'2", 210-pound frame with his black hair, his hazel eyes with green flecks in them, a very winning smile, and clearly ASMR features.
Ooh. Fancy.
Making you unusual.
Mm-hmm. Quite unusual.
So you have made your way into the city, and the city itself is one of the main ones. In fact, it's from Clan Levis's region.
Okay.
You've been traveling for some time, as you are more than aware and we've discussed. The reason you are here actually has more to do with your unique interests than your personal missions. A unique craftsman from the capital has decided to hold toast with a couple of the professors of the local academy, and they're demonstrating what is promising to be the first mobile artillery device. What's more important is you've also heard secretly from some of your personal contacts, it's called, that this same engineer working on this device is actually designing it for the first lift platform. It will actually at least hover. It probably won't fly. We've seen enough attempts.
Attempts at that, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Failed ones,
But there's some promise in this one, it seems. And they're showcasing it.
Very interesting. Definitely want to see that.
You were looking for an engineering professor in Arion. You were looking for an engineer that goes by the name of Aldrin. Aldrin does not carry any other name, which is unusual in this kingdom. As everybody always has 3 names.
Yes.
You don't know if it's an alias or maybe his name is classified for protection reasons. But whispers suggest that he is working very closely with specific quiet individuals.
Yes.
City Square itself is bustling, as I explained to them. A Watcher's stone-hewn building, local constabulary, and a secondary building of the Guild Authority, which is in every major city. Both of them always exist. Is surrounded, or in pinnacle points north and east of the square. The main road coming in on the south side from a port. And a traveler's road comes in off the west, and it's very small comparatively. But there's shops up and down the region, small restaurants and cafes have been set up. And there's people, of course, mingling about because it's a Friday, if you will. It's the end of the week is a better way to put that, right?
All right.
And it's pretty obvious where these engineers might be setting up because they're the only ones that can have strange mechanical devices sitting in the city square. That will leave you to approach the square as you will.
All right. So I see they're setting up over in one area of the square. I immediately make a beeline, just confident walking over, and anyone in the area, close by him, would probably hear the clank, clank, clank as his footsteps in his armor makes his way over towards all of this, and then the helmet goes as he approaches. It says, "Excuse me. Pardon the interruption, but I'm looking for Adriana. Ariana. And perhaps, if possible, Alden."
What the fuck do you want? Ben turns around, scraggly hair, nice little bush of a mustache going. He's got a beard. Let's call it that.
An attempt at a beard.
It is a man hasn't shaved in a while, but it doesn't grow in clean.
So what I've got going on.
Not the same way. It's more in the front.
Okay.
He's clearly in his let's call him his middling years.
Okay.
To keep us all out of trouble, right? There we go. I do have it.
Uh-huh.
And he has this apparatus on. It's a set of black gauntlets with golden riveting pieces that seem to be attached around the forearm.
Okay.
You suppose around the wrist as well to maintain the gauntlet. There are a series of gems placed into the tops of the gauntlet. In addition, there are a small set of topazes embedded on each of his 3 primary fingers, being his index through his ring finger.
Okay.
On his shoulders are pauldrons that have been modified with similar topazes in it, and small bouts of lightning dance inside the gems.
That looks very similar to the topaz I had.
Yes, similar technologies, similar minds. He has a very obvious capture battery that has been placed onto his back, 2 of them, working like dynamos on the back. I'm not too sure how they're generating the energy.
Yeah, that seems like quite a bit of power to power all of that. Curious. Almost more curious than I am about the levitating platform as to how one would put so much power in such a compact design. Yes, sir. If I may, that is stunning work.
Takes and sets down the basically rounded screw-looking device that's oversized, almost like a manhole cover on one side that's been domed out. The screw device of it seems to have a pulse of that same kind of thing as he pulls it out of the levitation device, and it just goes to the ground. As he pulls it out, and he just slowly sets the thing down with a You are who?
Oh, I apologize. My name is Dominus Caleb.
Dominus.
Yes. I myself am a fan of the finer arts of invention. And I'm looking for Alden because I hear he is working on a new levitation device, which obviously, and I assume you are Alden.
Indeed. I am Alden. All of you out there, wonderful. Welcome to a not show. Please leave. If you're similar interests engineer, stay. Rest of you, fuck off. This is about the time the 2 of you arrive in the general square as you see people pulling away from this area that has machinery all around it. Some of the machinery stands close to 2 men in height, with strange coils attached to it that are encased in glass. One of them has a living creature swimming around it that looks like a fish, with emphasis on like and more like it's a slithering snake inside the water. Not sure what that has to do with anything, but it is discharging left and right into the glass. Around it is a bunch of black metals that at first you mistake as stone. It's too smooth and it's too polished. Stone doesn't do this. Marble might, but still not that way. Nearby is a small device that seems to be nothing more than a ring with a cube on the top of it. And in that cube is a chair. And not a whole lot else. And it's sitting on the ground. There's a man that has like this screw-like device that's off to his side. He's speaking to someone else. You see the crowd kind of pulling away. The lab itself seems to be slowly setting up. You can see beakers. Somebody's got a full alchemy set going. The spindly tines, the large round ones, the couple of calliping pieces you would need, the Bunsen burner. That's not actually a Bunsen because that's not a thing here. They're instead alchemical fire. That is irradiated from a small sparker, and then a stone just continuously burns. Around the city square, most of the people that are pulling away from it may have been the interested individuals, but past that, nobody is near this. Even more interesting, there are more watchers in the general vicinity of this individual than you've seen anywhere else, so somebody is definitely paying for security. The watchers will do that. It's not unusual for them to take interested payments for protection. It's not legal, but they'll do it. And sometimes they're directed to by different ministries or apparatuses of the government.
Lamel, your objects of metal may confuse me.
They confuse me too. This is not my cup of tea, if you catch my drift.
There seems to be a lot of effort and stock placed into them. For what purpose?
I don't know, we can ask. You there. What does this doohickey do?
So it's my voice is gone. I'm gonna stop that for a second. Sorry. Voice actor, I am not.
I don't know. You've been doing pretty impressive so far.
Occasionally, that voice breaks because I have to go so deep to do it.
Yeah.
So
I know the feeling.
yeah.
Should have heard Bart.
Yeah.
Bard.
It'll come back, I promise. So
I spell it wrong.
yeah, when we talk about the lifting of the apparatus, we're talking about taking a series of pressures that are created by a wind emitter, and it coils direct that flow.
So wait, are you using the Venturi effect or a variation of Bernoulli's principle in order to get the proper flow calibration?
Yes. The
Is
calibration
astounding.
is still needs to be tweaked. Starting to think that the ferrous materials aren't the great conductors that I was expecting.
Perhaps an alloy. I mean, but it would have to contain something unique in order to have the proper conduction. I cannot. I would have to think on that. It's astounding, though. Just the sheer design of this. I have not seen anything like this that has come even close to working.
High praise. My intentions are to attach this to a platform with 6 others attached, scaled up, of course. And the pressure of special interest groups to expend the right amount of resources versus what I keep explaining to them, this kind of effort and the team and the will required to produce such a thing is not in the budget they're expressing.
No, never is. Imagine what this could do for the world. Think of the possibilities in transportation. That alone.
My intentions is just to make it a lot easier to move my required manufactured goods from one city to another.
Exactly. I actually have, not quite as elegantly and not quite the same way, done quite a bit back on my home farm, as a lot of heavy lifting is required, so transportation.
As he clanks all over the armor.
And I go,
Yeah. You guys can interrupt anytime you would like to.
Oh, okay.
After that child has left my office, I want to call Skysha, my raven, out to me and send her off to the fair, just to keep eyes on things. Let me know if anything I need to get involved in happens.
Absolutely.
You two
So
both
the thing
seem-
goes up and down. Does it go from side to side, forward and back?
You will have to see the demonstration tomorrow.
I gotta wait till tomorrow. Okay.
You two both seem to be quite versed. What is the purpose of this mission?
To go up and down, didn't you hear?
Up and down.
As Alduin described, you will have to see at the demonstration. If it is not your area of study, it would be hard to describe such things, but, well, by all means, I'll have to wait till the demonstration myself. If you would care to discuss such things, perhaps over a drink. I have not had a meal today.
I can try.
I'm in no rush. I don't see why we can't grab a meal and
Agreed.
discuss the finer things in life.
Interested parties. I enjoy this.
And
I
so-
would love to share my knowledge.
Another joins us. I am Adrit.
Pleasure to meet you.
Am
I am
doing this
Dominus.
right?
You are doing that right. Good job.
He did not know
This
how
is
to-
his second time doing a handshake.
Good job.
You are quite tall for a human.
Blame that on my parents.
I have to look up to you. Yeah, he's tall. I'm Lamel, by the way.
Ah, pleasure to meet you. Dominus, but you can call me Dom.
Dominus it is.
Some time has passed since you sent your Raven Glen, and it has discovered something you don't necessarily have to attend to unless you want to, but it is concerning nonetheless. One of the professors. There's a note. There's a small little, as it translates to you as much as it can, a suggestion of payment upon return. Or is it for return? The bird's confused.
And this is a note. He didn't hand him a note. It was
The bird is speaking to you.
okay. I just want to make sure the bird didn't have a note. This
No.
is okay.
It read a note.
Bring it
Um,
down with its claws.
It was for a moot
Talents,
drake.
actually.
Or what?
A moot
I
drake.
don't know animals.
It didn't catch the name. It just pays attention to family names because the bird memorizes it better.
It's a bird. It's fine. Fair enough.
It's good at mimicking. It's very
Yeah.
bad at learning.
She do her thing. It's fine. Alright.
It would not take you long to figure out who was missing and where they were supposed to be, which is convenient in the square. You know, getting the team together.
Mhm. Well, I guess I'll go off to the square then. Do some shopping anyway.
Dominus, you from around here?
No, actually, well, yes and no. Not originally. But I did study at the academy.
The military academy or the magic academy?
Magic, of course.
Ah,
I mean, how else does one learn about the intricacies of design?
well, I guess that makes a valid point. I studied at the other university of warfare.
Oh. Hence those on your hip there, you see. Interesting.
Would you like to take a look?
Absolutely. I'd love to see.
I unholstered my weapon and I'm open in just a normal ass restaurant. And I've got it across the table. No fucks given.
Okay.
And I take it, and immediately, as I'm looking at it, not even really thinking about it, I'm disassembling parts of it and looking at it, going,
You know how to
Very
put that back
inefficient.
together, right?
of course,
Alright, good, because I don't.
very inefficient. I could definitely make, like, puts it back together, not even really looking at it. I could definitely make some improvements to this. It would, of course, take some time. But very interesting. Not too keen on outright weaponry such as this myself. Well, I do have a few, but different.
More subtle?
Less subtle.
Less subtle.
Well, I mean, looking at this, it seems to be some kind of simple contained explosion propelling some kind of projectile. But, well, he just points to that gem on the chest of his armor. Goes, well, let's see, the best way to describe this without showing it would be a contained lightning bolt.
Not unlike the casting of magics.
Oh, very similar, yes.
This puzzles me so. You both seem to know much and more about metal and its powers and capabilities.
Oh, he knows about metal. I just know how to point it.
You properly wield it. Do you
Yeah,
worship-
drinks, Ken. And just like 4 or 5 mugs.
Thank you.
Do you worship gods of metal as well?
No, not
Really,
really.
right
In
from the
fact,
city square. In the city square,
don't really care.
there's people, of course, milling about as usual. The bird, of course, leading the way, sort of, but it doesn't know where to go at this point.
I just dismiss it. You can poop away. It's fine.
Oh.
Screw off, bird.
So it goes to fly away and then tears itself apart and just feathers are remaining as it goes backward.
Oh, that's good.
There's not much going on in the squares besides the setup for the market and the usual people going about their businesses. You clock a couple of individuals that you're not unused to seeing. A few unsavory types, a few savory types, a few too savory types that just don't get off their high horse. And you take a nice curving berth, I'm sure, right? I figured. It was just an assumption. I could be wrong, Tom.
No,
Seemingly building a setup of machinery. You see an older woman putting her fruits and vegetables out for display as she's getting ready for a market sale. And you see 20 or 30 other people putting up different wares, from glass vials of snake oil and random tinctures of they think it's magic, but really they need to learn something, to interesting artisanal goods, special cheeses, a nice rug, half decent competency at making a tailored shirt. Most of the stuff that you would expect to find in any store that tries. Every month they roll this carpet out, and press tends to bring everything from everywhere. The funnest things for most of the locals, and we've seen it too many times at this point, is the fur clothing for the worst of temperatures that happen in the north, and the sultry temperatures you get in your summers, making it hilarious when people think it's fashionable. And then you have to tell students to go and change and use the showers every time. It's tedious. Especially the giant kin that loves to come to class every couple of weeks in a fur cloak, insisting that it's the height of Southern fashion.
We're describing Miami.
At that
Not
point,
that one.
At that point, you figure I'd set up some sort of warding on the door that just prestidigitations them clean on their way in.
Yeah, but it's a giant kin.
Yeah.
Time.
Can't get all the nooks and crannies.
Even if you could, it doesn't matter. Your classroom's probably kept it around 70, and it's still not enough to solve the problem. They're used to surviving in freezing temperatures. For general sake, most of the middle and northern regions of the kingdom is semi-alpine.
Okay.
So, in a lot of times, especially in the winter, you'll fully snow in with feet of snow, not inches. In the south, it'll see light snow. You'll get inches of it fairly consistently. But your summers, because of the way everything kind of lays out, you have less mountains blocking those storms that will come in. You don't exactly have a monsoon season, but you do have a rainy season. It kicks in roughly the fall, and the back end of summer, leading into that time, is your hottest. of a nice 81 being like your peak in Fahrenheit. And that's the sultry temperatures I'm talking about. Wouldn't it be? I mean, leave it to Floridians to dream of somewhere colder.
Yeah. No thanks. I grew up somewhere colder.
Fair enough. But right now it's leading into winter. New students will be coming soon. So the snows will start probably in a few weeks. So no more smelly giant king class for a little while. Maybe the furs will actually help.
And you said my raven said he read a note about someone demanding money.
That was in their office, and then they went to go figure out where the individual went. The only thing they knew was to the city square. Raven didn't know anything past that. At this point, it sounds like unsavory types.
I'm gonna kind of leave that be for now. I guess I need to casually make my way into the bar.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know where it came from, right? I don't know who Birdie read it from.
I mean, you can go to her office.
Okay, so I know where she got it at. Okay, yeah, we'll go over there.
So her office has been, it's Ariana. Their office has been ransacked. Politely. Things have been attempted to be put back in place, but it's obvious that it's been looked through. Books are in the wrong places. Not that these people seem to even know what reading properly is, as books aren't even in properly, which for a moment you have to correct, I'm sure. Compulsory things, right? Even if you didn't want to, something else really does.
It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. You find the note. The note is scrawled in very pretty penmanship. And it outright names who is involved if they actually knew how to spell. The note makes sense, but it is not spelled well. But here's what it generally says. We have taken your most learned of the practical applications of stone and magic. An exchange will occur in the amount of 1,000 gold drachmae.
That's gold
Gold
equivalent.
pieces.
Yeah, gold pieces. And it will be delivered on no name familiar. Can't read it.
So it's like a ransom situation going on?
No, we're not there.
Well, no, outside of here.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay.
It's signed by Bob.
The
They're bad
familiar
spelling, so
being,
it's
Yeah, Bob.
BAWB.
the familiar being underworld
Bob.
manipulators. The mafia.
The mafia.
Signed by Bob, spelled BAWB because he can't spell.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Wow,
I
big
guess
ass flat
I'm gonna go
pages.
and find Adriana. The fuck was her name?
Ariana.
Ariana.
Wait, Ariana Richards?
I don't know which one it is.
You don't know where to start, do you?
I assume the square.
Which you can go back to the square.
Do I see her?
You don't.
I imagine we're probably like at like near the square, like a cafe outdoor.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah.
enjoying some beers and some
Yeah.
sandwiches or something.
I'm sure you've been delivered a baked potato or 5, a half roast chicken, and a seasonal vegetable if you care.
Oh yeah.
If you don't want seasonal vegetable, they will load your potato with ungodly amounts of processed and aged cream, with some well-aged cheese. Smells to the high heavens, but tastes
I want the
wonderful.
veggie.
Okay.
You know, farm.
And
I like veggies.
salt is a common condiment,
Okay.
along with oil and bread. Whoa,
Bread
we're not,
is a condiment. Yes.
the cook in me just hurts at that
No,
statement.
I just meant back then. Obviously not now.
They have other seasonings. There's herbs and spices and mixes.
Yeah, fresh cut grass.
Oh,
And problems.
I didn't say there was problems. I was just making a suggestion.
So after I don't find her in the square, I'm gonna go up to the main desk and ask if anyone's seen her recently.
Of the college?
She works there.
They're
right?
going to point you back to the square.
Okay.
I figured you don't want me to rehash all the stuff I
No,
told
I
Zach.
I wasn't paying any attention because I was
Yeah.
off camera.
So you're going to get pointed back to the square that she's supposed to be working with a local artificer for some sort of market day.
But she's not there, and the artificer's not there.
The artificer is still there.
Oh, let's go talk to her.
Ah, what the fuck do you want?
That was a delicious meal, by the way.
Certainly so.
Uh,
And in good company.
Looking.
Uh,
I just fucking wrote it down.
Do you have business in town?
For Ariana.
Actually, I'm looking for someone.
You're not the only one.
Yeah. So it seems.
And who are you, lass?
I'm her colleague. When
Great. Can you fix it?
I can try. What am I doing next now?
He walks you over to a device that looks like a square piece that has been attached with a small tube that comes out. On the other side of it, you see 2 glass vials that go up and around themselves. There's a fluid in each. They are slightly different hues, but they're mostly translucent. You can see right through. The tube, as it comes off, goes into what looks like a piece of brass ringing around it and attaches to a elbow piece and a filter. It goes up further. On the top of it, it enters into that tank with the weird swimming not fish.
Well, I can give it a shot. What's wrong with it?
I would need an Arcana check.
Wow, you actually have it.
First
Damn
dice
right
roll.
I do, bitch. Second, actually, and I rolled the
Oh, it is the
same
second.
number each time. 17.
I forgot you rolled earlier.
I did. 17.
17. You understand the alchemical process that's present. The machinery is your real problem.
Yeah.
As you tinker around with it for a minute, you get the process down mostly because of a series of notes that you see that's there and can make the educated leaps you need to. By the time you finally turn it on, the guy's over there. Any fucking day now, come on.
I could help you or I could fuck off.
He's sitting on the other side, and you can see he's got a series of levers he's working with, and he has a syringe, if you will. It's cast brass, glass vial, simple needle, and you start seeing on the very top of the glass this piece illuminate and form like a net of just pure electricity. It slowly starts coming down, and you see the fluid on the top starts filling up with the same fluid that you see draining out of the 2 vials. As it pumps in there, it slowly equalizes itself and then pushes the net down further and further, and this thing, as it's swimming around in there, slowly comes down further and further until it gets in line with a slight little ring that's on the side, enough that he goes, "I fucking gotcha!" And he stabs the fish, injects something in it, and it starts going crazy, and it just slumps down and goes to sleep. Or dead. You don't know.
Not my problem.
If you would like to find out, you can make a medicine check or an animal handling check. If you don't want to mess with it,
No,
feel free to walk away.
I don't know that I care. It's fine. I helped the man. He doesn't know where my chick is, so away we go.
You're not the only one.
Who else was looking for her?
I forgot how many. And there
Let's-
goes the voice. Every time. They went over that.
Alright, I'll go over there.
As you were in an outdoor cafe, you're going to
Yep.
walk right up to them.
Yep.
They're probably on their 5th round by now?
If I recall properly, we had first gathered to find someone by the name of Ariana.
Oh,
Whoa, wait.
I'm hoping I heard that.
Ariana
Make
moved to Draco.
a perception.
Wait a minute. You're looking for Ariana,
I have
I
the
take it
professor of engineering.
Yes, I take it you're also looking for
At this point,
this
sure.
individual.
You know what? Sure. Because dice roll shouldn't keep you from information. I just like making
as
you
loud
roll.
as loud as Dominus is talking at this
Yeah.
right now.
Ariana!
I didn't hear him, but I heard him.
We are drinking a lot right now.
Fucking
Which
casually
makes me a
walk up
little
to
bit
this fucking idiot.
Boisterous.
I
All
happened
right.
upon Lamel here and agreed to help him find her, but we have not had luck.
Well, wait a minute. So,
I'm gonna take
you're
a table
both
nearby so I can keep
independently
listening.
looking for Ariana.
Well, I'm independently.
I am
Our
just
friend
with
here
you.
just decided to tag along.
Okay.
No business. Business. I assume business.
Yes. I wanted to speak with her, about Alduin's interesting new invention, being that she is the professor of engineering at
She
the
is quite
college.
popular,
She's very knowledgeable.
and I would also like to meet her.
I didn't see her in the square. That's what I was told she may be, but have you looked around? I mean, have you found anything else out? Have you seen where she's at?
We walked around the square. I didn't know where to find her until we
Hmm.
ran into you. At
Well,
lunch.
unfortunately, I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask around some more. Alduin didn't seem to know. At least he didn't say that he knew.
By this time, I assume you walk up.
Oh, I'm sitting at a table behind you guys.
Not saying anything though.
Correct.
Do I notice this at all?
How about I'll call for a table perception. And
Woohoo!
can I have you do
My
a
first
stealth
roll.
as a difficulty one? Because you're eavesdropping, I'm sure.
Not very fucking well.
My first roll.
11.
11.
14.
Don't ask me.
This is astounding mead.
Yeah, but what's your number?
This is
No,
astounding
I
mead.
repeat, what's your
5.
Okay.
What'd you get?
You guys notice
Okay.
me. 8.
As popular as this Ariana
We're so
person
close, man.
is, we appear to have a
I thought you
fan
got
of
a
our
1 with the
own.
way you were saying that.
No, might as well have been.
I was waiting. I was like, I don't know. I rolled pretty
It
low
was a
too.
3 on the die. First roll.
Can we help you?
Get him out now.
I don't know. Can I help you?
I don't know. Are you looking for this Ariana girl? Since you're so intrigued in our conversation.
Actually, I am.
How is it that so many people are looking for one person?
Well, I guess let's go around the table. Why are you looking for her?
As stated, she will hopefully give me more information and better understanding of what they're trying to accomplish. You see that device that Alduin's working on there
That's
is
the one I was
quite
wondering.
possibly the first true levitation device to actually work. Or at least in theory. Hopefully, according to the presentation tomorrow, that it will. And I would like to learn more about it. It's kind of my thing. Devices, creation, inventions.
Okay.
And you.
I'm calling in a favor for the runner of the gladiator meets.
And young miss,
I work with her.
your roommate.
Need to continue to do so.
Interesting. Pleasure to meet you. Dominus Aevum.
When?
Lamel, Tyr. You would have a better insight to
We
where
have
she would
met.
be than any of us.
I'm sorry, what
You met her
did
before.
you say?
You'd have more insight on where she is than us. Do you have any idea where she is?
Perhaps
She's
it is
not
fate
in
that
the
we are all
square,
brought together.
and she's not
I
in
entered
her
her office in the search of knowledge of my own.
Hmm.
Now she is here.
Interesting.
Hello again, Professor Gwen.
Nod.
You're a professor as well.
Yes, I am.
May I ask what your discipline is?
It's funny to know and you to find out.
Might have changed that too in the last 24 hours.
Push a drink over.
I don't remember what the fuck we said it was.
I'm not here to help.
For me also to find out.
Got it.
On that note, we are going to take a brief recess, and we will reconvene in a moment. So, see you in a few minutes, everybody. You're good. Alrighty, welcome back to Magnus Aevum. We're pretty much coming to a point where everyone has found their stride. Oh, maybe not that far yet. We're at a point
Give
where...
it time.
Right, exactly. So we're now at a point where the party has now found themselves in each other's company. Secrets are being kept. But what ones and from whom? Nobody really knows that one yet, do we? Unfortunate. Outside of a cafe, sitting near the city square, is our intrepid would-be... Oh, they're not heroes. We know better. You know this crew better than I do at this point.
Hold on. Yep, they're not heroes.
Okay. So, outside a cafe that is serving common medieval fare of a potato, half chicken, veggies for Dominus.
Yep.
Or I'm actually hungry though.
I
Unfortunate.
wanted to go get chips, but people were blocking the driveway.
Ah.
I moved out.
So sad.
Outside a large city square where a middle-aged man is setting up a demonstration and a large amount of the populace is getting prepared for the Forest Company's monthly little bazaar and market, if you will. We have a mystery afoot, or we possibly at least just have a where the heck did Ariana go kind of moment. And I will leave you to your scenes.
Look,
I teach magical history, by the way.
excellent. Very interesting subject. I must admit I was not very good at the history end of things, but I did understand the arcane portions. But it seems that all of us are looking for Ariana for various reasons. I don't think that would be a coincidence. Just the fact that she's so difficult to find. You work with her. Why would she not be readily available for you to know where she is?
I don't always know her whereabouts.
No, but if you're a colleague and you're supposed to meet with her and she's supposed to be somewhere, would it not make sense that it would be relatively easy to find her and or at least someone say, oh, she was here, she left, she went over this way.
Something is amiss, perhaps.
Don't know, I just... curious.
You're not wrong. She's not normally this hard to find.
She's probably just stuck in the bathroom.
Could be.
You have a room for bathing.
Yes, indeed. Some are communal.
Should try it sometime.
Then should we not head to this room for bathing?
I think he was being facetious.
Ah, I will keep this in mind.
Does he know what facetious means?
I
Do you
know
have a
what
lexicon?
facetious-
I don't know, I do not speak.
I get up.
Pray do not leave quite yet.
Well, we can't find her sitting here now, can we?
True.
I haven't finished my fifth potato yet.
I'll walk away.
She does not seem wholly signed on to the idea of working with us.
Perhaps not, but following her could lead us to her colleague.
Then follow me.
Ma'am.
Is this that same fucking kid?
No, it's the
Okay.
waiter.
Oh.
She's looking disheveled a little bit from the clearly long morning she's had,
Mm-hmm.
and her apron is only kind of partially tied. It's been crooked
It's
off the
been a
side.
day, I get it, yeah.
She's got a day going. You know that hairs, the couple of hairs that are sticking out and curled out, and you expect she's somewhere in her college years, but she looks far older due to the toils she clearly endures.
Mm-hmm.
You forgot to pay for your wine. Please don't make me pay for it.
I drop 2 gold right there and say, it's Coke.
Okay. Sure. She just picks up the gold and leaves her slip.
I look. Was it less than 2 gold?
Oh yeah.
I
Okay,
would
good.
assume, yeah.
Good.
It's like
I just
it was a few copper.
I crumple it up and stick it in a pocket,
We got a big spender over here.
and then
I quit. She takes off the apron.
Yep.
Goes inside. I've had it. Probably paid that poor girl's rent for the next couple of months.
Yep. Now that your drink has been covered, would you at least maybe help me to find Ariana? I
Well-
would like to pick her brain, if you will.
I'm on my way to find her. We just can't find her eating potatoes.
I am aware of that. That's why I have stood up and am coming with.
I gotta find her too. Let's go.
Are you
We're off
coming?
to see the wizard.
All right then. Yeah, let's walk over to. Since we don't have any real information, perhaps we should ask Elwood again and see if he knows anything.
I think I will actually check the bathrooms.
Fair enough. I'm not going to walk into the ladies' room.
I walk into a stall. I take the 10 minutes it takes to get my familiar back. Send her out looking. Walk
Shakes
back,
itself
meet
off.
the boys.
You know, you could just bring me into a normal place.
We both know we're not. We don't operate like that.
Kind of like goes up, lightly like pulls on your sleeve, clearly giving the signal it's expecting to be fed something. Quickly eats it and then flies out the window.
And I'll go meet back with the boys.
Nothing?
No, she wasn't in there.
Shall we talk to Alden?
Might as well.
Good.
It's been some time, and the sun has moved a few degrees in the sky, if you will. And at this point, he has set out 2 more apparatuses from crates, one of which is odd, to say the least, for you specifically. For them, it's just another one of the
Another device.
It's not a device. It is kind of a chair, if a chair was designed to encapsulate you like a turtle.
Ah.
There's a hinge on a giant shell, and that shell just right into the chair. It's just sitting there, and it has now been placed on said floating apparatus. Attached to also said floating apparatus, since it is now a single piece, you have a chair with shell. And then on this side, you have another apparatus that looks just like the previous one you saw. They're both flat on the floor. The screw-like device off to the side, there's a second one packed in a crate, but it's been opened.
Okay.
Attached nearby to where the fish was at, which is now swimming around a little groggily, but
So
it's
it's
there,
not dead.
is a canister that has a screwed-in cap of brass on one side, another on the other, and it clearly has strained lines in it. And somebody has carved symbols on both sides.
Do I recognize any of the symbols?
It's basically engineer's code for energy goes this way, out that way.
Plus and minus on
Yeah, it's a battery. And it's fairly large. The whole canister is about that big. The fluids that were at the top have been drained out of it, and that's what's inside the battery. But that electrified current that the thing produced is contained within the fluid as well. I need specifically an Arcana check from our wonderful lizard person.
From the lizard.
Am I able to cast a spell guidance on myself?
You absolutely might.
All
You have
right.
the time.
Say again?
You have the time.
All right. So as he's looking at this object, Adric kind of puzzles for a moment, and then before thinking harder on it, he takes his right hand out, sort of does a twirling motion, brings it to his hand, then down his wrist, all the way down his arm, to his chest, and then to his mind, and kind of chants in prayer, quickly stating, "Senatus guide me." And casts guidance on himself. So that is 14, then I get to add a d4 to that. Which I have to get out of the thing first. They're always the trickiest die to get out.
Don't you love starting games and you don't have everything?
Get 'em
Because you
all
didn't
out.
haven't been asked to roll a thing.
I
Yeah.
gave you a 4 if you
Yeah.
need it.
Hey, you want a trick on that, buddy?
I could just dump it out, yeah.
Pop the phone.
Oh.
Pull the entire foam out and push it out.
That's, see, I'm kind of stupid. So,
Nah,
Hey,
we don't do
I
that
s-
here.
I sell those in Critical Hit Gaming Supply booth at conventions. I know how to deal with them.
alright. So that's going to be 15 in total.
15 in total. So for a brief moment, you see a creature made entirely out of raw lightning. Normally, these dance freely in the sky. It reveals itself enough to you for you to see it completely from the sight of anyone else. It's just ethereal in that regard. You see it in there, and it's playfully going every which way in the thing, like it's trying to run a race with itself.
So is this the fish thing, or
This
like
is inside the battery.
inside the battery? Okay. Would I happen to know what this creature is specifically, or
It's a lightning spirit.
that's what I figured? All right. This disturbs me so, Alden. Your technology feeds upon the life force of an innocent creature.
God, I don't believe it's innocent.
What has it done to wrong you?
It bit my fucking hand. Points at the fish.
Not the
This squat little bastard. Are you kidding?
in the battery. Retract that. I don't know what a battery is. In the thingy.
What?
Perhaps it is in the.
What is he on about?
volition.
I have no idea.
Disregard what I have said. I have to ponder.
Strange.
All right.
Strange. However, Alden, I hate to interrupt your work, but I must ask, do you know where Ariana may be? Apparently, and I gesture to them as well, they as well are looking for her. So she was supposed to be here, so we're curious. I'll tell you what, I'll even, if you'll accept, help you set up the next piece or two to get your progress back to normal after you take the time to help us out with answering our questions.
Had a magic note, apparently. Ah! Let him! Walks over to a bench, starts rifling through books and leaflets and paperwork and schematics and a bunch of stuff he has. It's wholly unorganized. It's just been basically stuffed in a small wooden crate and delivered.
I cringe.
You got OCD, huh?
Ah, here we go. Pulls out a leather bound little book. It's big. It's got a little emblem on it that I need a history check from. Technically, no.
History professor, whatever.
Yeah, it's appropriate, but no.
15.
15. I will reference things you know and things that they cannot yet. And just know that the Bloodlorn's strong with the right people. Since, Whispers isn't a thing yet. And we'll set that up by next session. Does that help out? Okay. Rifles and opens it. It's pretty quick, too. For purposes of the emblem itself, it is 2 individual faces. Kind of like the drama and comedy mask would normally look, but instead of having a happy face and a crying face, it is more fleshed out of actual faces of the same person looking in 2 opposite directions. One face is in ecstasy while the other is in agony instead. But past that, you have what you have. So he rifles through.
So one is in ebony, one is in ivory.
Ouch. Rifles through it. Supposed to be up at noon. Checks a device.
It's past noon, sir.
It is. I don't know.
Well, promise is a promise. If I may, I shall assist you.
Points to a couple of crates. Asks you to start just breaking it down.
No problem. Take the time to do so real
It's
quick.
broken.
If need be, I activate my Armor of Magical Strength infusion on my armor.
And he goes, crazy, got it. As you start rifling through the device is present. You find a hedron of sorts.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. D4.
The hedron is got enough facets to be a D4,
Yes.
I suppose. An etched circle where it looks like something would slot in on each side, except one of the faces of this pyramid.
Okay.
The one that remains has 3 spokes within it that it would set and rest into something else.
Okay.
Based on the design, when you go to pick it up, it actually starts opening up. And you're like, afraid you might have broke it at first, till you realize it's supposed to do this.
Okay.
And it functions as a multi-angle joint. Each face could adhere to each other by just putting a charge through the connector on the bottom. And you can hinge it in any direction you would need to in relation to the faces.
Almost like planetary gears. This is amazing.
The pieces that you see inside the rest of the casing, there are 5 of these in total. And when you start to slot some of it together, you do quickly realize that it is building a hexagonal screen. And these hinges are what give it its curvature,
Okay.
but it looks like it would dome over something if it hinges out enough. Fun with geometry.
Dom's got something in his mind that almost looks like a fucking hover tank based on what he's seeing put together already. And he's actually a little concerned.
Then that's not going to make you feel any better when you open the next crate and find a cannon, right? The cannon is way longer than any standard artillery and far more streamlined. Instead of having that fat back end for a cap to be loaded in, it doesn't have that. Instead, it has a base lock that it goes into something.
This
It can articulate up and down and a little bit left and right. Once you're done building it, it takes an hour.
I stop.
I'm not waiting the whole
Oh, you stop before you build it?
hour.
I stop when I see that.
Okay, yeah, and it doesn't take that long.
I walk over to Eldos and say, or Elderman, say, you're creating a weapon of war with this technology. Really?
Not to my design. That's specific. Ministry pays.
I had heard you had more scruples than that. To sell your soul simply for money. I turn and walk away.
Fair enough.
What has got you distraught?
Technology such as this should not be used for weapons of war. While that may sound contradictory, based on some of what I have built, mine are for merely defense of others. Whereas technology as what he is making would arm nations. That goes down a very bad pathway.
I have some knowledge on that. My brother the Naga would have a mind to use technology like that for conquest. Such that we split. Perhaps it is better that technology like this is not fostered by people like you. You are a good man.
You got the eyebrow raised with that one when you said that.
I'm gonna walk up to the office.
Perhaps I misspoke then.
Which office?
Her office again.
Oh, okay.
Did I say that wrong?
Does anybody follow?
Kind of.
Okay.
Or are you just walking away from them?
But that's okay. Lost in translation.
Lost in translation.
I start following that.
I also follow.
I guess we're all walking.
Walking, you go back into the academy for what is now some people's third time today.
We're back here.
For others, it might be the second, and a couple of them, it's the first.
I work here. It's fine.
You make it into her office, and there is a functionary, probably a research assistant or four, have come in at some point and attempted to clean the office. And this is a guess, mind you, because now there is a watcher's stanchion in front of it that basically is a police line do not cross sign. And you can see a couple of watchers in the office now, ransacking the place, ultimately looking for evidence.
So someone's actually ransacking the place actively.
I mean, it's the
It's
watchers
the
combing through the
police.
place, if you will.
Found anything yet, boys?
I'm gonna have to step back, man.
Not a thing, sir.
We ain't found shit.
Exactly.
I haven't asked you to come to the desert.
Yes.
I don't like that
Mm-mm.
part. Overlooking her spell.
She scares me.
The M in the VSM is what again? Material?
Material components.
Material.
So that's the shit
And
you
it's
got in
just
your
the
sack.
one dude outside, or is there more than one dude outside?
There's one dude outside, let's say 3 inside.
Not worth it. Okay. I'll step back.
So, if you hadn't heard, apparently Ariana was supposed to be in the square by noon, which obviously it is well past. And we followed you here. She is not here.
That is correct.
I tire of treading the same ground. Respectfully, Professor
I
Green.
have the same information you do.
You have no other information at all that may lead to Ariana's whereabouts or anything to do with that.
Was she involved with any of the familiars? Anyone who may
Actually,
want to pick her brain?
I would like to roll
Actually,
insight on her answer.
yeah, I was gonna say insight check on that shit. Alright.
You may roll deception or persuasion as you choose.
Depends if you're lying or telling the truth.
And it is up to you.
It's a 17.
Oh boy, I got a 9 in total.
Oh well.
Didn't work.
I have the same information as you. The police are here, or the watch, I guess, sorry, are here. That would indicate something has clearly gone awry.
Particularly click bang,
What?
one of the watchers says.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes.
What seems to be the trouble here?
Jude is carrying out what looks to be the scrap material of a machine version of a cat. And there's a spring
That's
poking.
fluffy, it's fine.
There's a spring poking out of its back.
Yeah, no. It's not fine. Have you seen what the condition is?
Yeah, but that's fluffy. He
Yeah,
does that
I
sometimes.
understand that is.
He hands it to a Seuss, which is standing there, which is their first level of officer, if you will.
Would the professor?
Guy takes it, drops it into a small leather bag, ties it.
I take it the
Total
professor
physical.
actually cared for her pet and would not do such thing herself.
Do you hear if I make a intelligence ability check for me?
Ability check?
Yes.
Yeah,
I do.
No, I know. 16.
You recall that the cat is very good at remembering things. As in that it is a machine, and its memory banks is is a direct record.
Alright, I'm gonna step back and watch what he does with the bag of kitty.
And it goes into a leather bag, and then it goes into a wooden crate that's labeled evidence. In the most obvious way a CSI ever might.
And it's just one dude with that box unattended? Is it...
Oh, the box is in the middle of the room while the other
Oh,
three
okay.
are looking around the ones at the door.
Okay. Well,
Fuck it. This seems like something's going on.
we need to
I
get that
walk
cat.
in. Oh, you say we need that?
Sir, you cannot come in here. And he bodily stands in front of you with his hand like at your little
How
face.
tall? Yeah, how tall is this guy?
He's average. He's average height for an elf, which is more or less humanish height. And he's just like
How
I'm just.
tall are the three of you?
I'm 6'2".
6'5".
5'8".
Alright,
So
you're like an inch taller.
the
than
Watcher's
me.
maybe an inch taller than you at best.
Yeah, I'm like, I got like an inch on me.
Yeah, I'm 6'2". I just
Uh-huh.
stand there. I look over the elf's head, scan the room. As best I can, I'm trying to investigate by picking up any clues I can as to what's going on here.
Feel free to roll with. Let's give you advantage.
All right.
And I like to think I picked up that note, by the way, when I was in there.
I assumed.
I just make sure
What?
that was...
I assumed I was gonna based on the.
I just want to make sure it was...
And a 5.
So that's a 10 total.
That is still success. It's just how good of one.
Yeah, not very. I rolled a 3 and a 5, man.
So the one that's over by the desk is clearly going through notes, stationery, things like that, common office things that would be there, student records.
Okay.
Nothing seems foul from the appearance of things. The one that's going through the books has started meticulously trying to figure out where they go. You do not know if they are accurate about that fact.
They're not.
And the third one occasionally is dropping a couple of things in the evidence box from a shelf that's on the side that's basically like it's a spark table, if you will. It's a simple workbench with basic electronic components for the time and small canisters for charges and stuff like that. And he seems to be collecting components at first arbitrarily, but with your learned mind, you can piece together the components would be sufficient to repair the cat.
Alright, so I look at the one standing in the doorway.
That's personal knowledge.
Yeah, no, I know. I was gonna say anyways. I look
Or in
at the
case you
one-
were acting on it.
Yeah, no, I just look at the one standing in the doorway. I see that he's kind of looking around, and I'd wager you look a little bit puzzled, right?
Yeah, a little bit, as in, like, why are they doing this so haphazardly? They're incompetent.
So at said guard standing in the doorway, I cast command. I'm gonna need a Wisdom 13 DC saving throw, and I say, move.
Takes a general look at you. Thinks for a moment. Stands in front of you, but leaves enough space for you.
I walk into the room, and I'm gonna start looking around. So perception check.
Go for it.
Would you say I have enough time for guidance?
I would not.
Okay.
Well, not without being seen. Let's put it that way, because you would have to cast the spell.
Gotcha.
You can feel free to cast it if you want to in the end.
7. I'm rolling real low today.
Hey,
Yeah.
Rolo team.
I need a perception check for you specifically, please.
Well, at least I got him to move.
You take a look around, and the one that's putting the books back, you do a rough count to the books, and something feels off, but you don't know what it is.
Rolled an 11.
Hey, that's like the best so far out of this.
Yeah.
The one that's searching the books, you catch for the briefest of moments a small, barely imperceptible tattoo at the base of his neck. His collar moves down just enough you can see it. And it's not the same as the one that was on the book, but it's related to another of its rivals. They have a vested interest in manipulating the games. Would you like to make a history check for me?
That sounds lovely.
Just rise.
11.
Wow, we're rolling good.
You guys are doing amazing.
baby.
While you can't see in the room amazingly, you can see the top of the evidence box since it's near the door. Taking a quick scan of some of the article pieces that they have collected, most of it, of course, being stationary, there's an itinerary in there, and you catch 3 particular things that stick out at you as not academic. The first of which is an appointment.
Any details on that, or
With a Regulus.
a Regulus?
Regulus? Lepus. No middle name. The second thing is a purchase order. Requisitions from the college, but was not approved. Below it says credits acquired. So it's still positive in the ledger. The third part is not very well spelled out despite the ledger. Easier to put it as a communication has been received. The ministry letter has been sent forward to Arden. These are in separate pieces. They're not all in the same ledger, if you will, but there are things that stick out.
We got lots of individual personal information.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm trying to
Between
figure out my
these
next move
shows.
here.
It's like, fuck, I don't know that, I don't know that. Shit.
If I had a mage hand, I could just.
I believe somebody suggested a mystery was a possibility in things.
Well, I was hoping the boys would leave so that the guards would leave with said evidence box, and I could then go from there.
They will eventually.
Yeah.
How much are you willing to wait?
Are you
Fuck else am I doing, man?
you wanting us to leave? Is that what you
No,
mean?
I need the guards to not be there.
Alright, well, nothing gets done without walls, so I'm gonna walk up to the guy grabbing the books and try to grab the book from him.
You got to take the book from him, and he immediately puts his hand down to his stun baton. I don't know what authority you have to be here, but if you interfere in my work, I will arrest you for obstruction.
I see that you're well armed. My mistake. And I walk out of the room.
I have balls. No, I don't.
No.
Shit, where'd they go?
Um,
I think I dropped something.
with the insignia that I recognized on the base of his neck, do I specifically know which familia that is?
It is one of the 3 I mentioned in our conversation. Their emblem is half of a mask that has got a tear coming out. Commonly, it's colored green for the tear. The mask is just alabaster overlaid with a loam. And there is a dagger that you can only see the hilt of from behind the mask.
Okay. And seeing this, would I be able to insight check, see if they're actually investigating this or if they're trying to hide damning evidence?
Feel free.
6.
God damn!
You're doing great.
Based on your general assumptions, a little column A, a little column B, both are possible and could be intermixed pretty well, but you don't know for sure.
Now, you did mention out loud, it sounded
Kitty.
like that we need the kitty.
Yes.
So I lean over you, I say, that cat would be useless without those parts. As I kind of point over towards the table, it is like, we need all that to repair that.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm waiting for them to put it in one convenient box for me.
I would like to add that there's something off about that bookshelf.
Really?
I cannot understand what, but
They're not looking at the crate right now, they're just scavenging the room. Can I just walk in, slide a hand, grab the cat?
You would have to get past the one that's in front of the door.
Then you suggest him to move?
He's standing off to the side,
Oh, okay.
but he's not oblivious to
Yeah,
the
he's
doorway.
not a fucking idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it where there's 4 people standing in front of him?
Alright, what if I...
And by this point, the command would have
I
worn off and
pretty
he's
much.
returned to his general awareness.
Alright,
Quick question. Do you say anything about your potential suspicions that they may or may not be actually doing an investigation or
That
potentially hiding things? You
wasn't
don't s-
public now.
Okay, you don't say anything. Okay.
Nah, I'm trying to
Just
determine
curious.
whether you all need to know or not.
That's what I'm saying. I've met y'all for 4 seconds.
Adrit,
Yes, Lamel.
can you distract that guard for 30 seconds? Just have him not face the door.
The one in front of the door?
Yeah.
It would be my pleasure.
That sounds really ominous.
We
I'm
get
gonna
up to a little
stand back
Could I
mischief.
roll
bit.
for stealth to try and
Reach
not
around.
be noticed?
I will appropriately counter with the right rolls of
It won't be hard the way we're rolling.
I hope not.
you determine what those results were, sir.
Results of?
What I just rolled.
I'm so lost. I was trying to think of a distraction.
I'm waiting for the distraction.
In that
Distract
case,
away.
we are currently in the academy, right?
Of course.
Are there any students just like in our general vicinity?
Yeah, they're going up and down the halls for different reasons.
All right, I walk up
You
to.
can fucking start a fight, aren't you?
Slap some student girl's ass, and when she turns around and go, it was him!
15 feet back on
I walk up to the nearest sort of scrawny-looking student.
Of course.
Try to get right behind them without them noticing, and just startle them.
It's hard
as-
for them not to notice, I'm gonna be honest.
Fair enough, but I mean, I have a +4 to stealth.
Don't worry about the stealth. Just,
All right.
What are you going to do?
Try to startle them as much as possible.
You did it.
So I would like you to do me a favor, roll intimidation.
Intimidation. Let's go. That's a
And
-1, baby.
I appreciate 80s references there.
Here we go. That is a 4, baby.
Dude, we are doing great.
The dice say, fuck you!
Fuck you and your
the DC for all these
inventive
checks
plan.
is slowly going down.
We all see the lizard.
Dear,
Adopt a posture that is ambush based.
Dude,
As he
next
does the whole. He gets up behind and goes, "Ah!" right? And the girl turns around and goes, it's a distraction.
Alright.
It works.
Yeah.
My stealth check was a 15.
Good roll.
I would like to make my way inside and get up to that center chest.
You can do so.
Alright, and I'm gonna go ahead and sleight of hand out that fox to not make any semblance of noise.
Well, it's a cat.
Do you want
Yes.
the whole box or
Oh, I
just
thought you
the
said
bag with
box.
How big is the box?
the? It's like a file folder box.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
were the parts to repair the cat in there as well already, or are they just sitting on the table?
Part of them are because there's 2 boxes labeled, but the other one's with the watcher.
Okay.
I'm still filling it.
I'm just gonna go ahead and grab the box with the cat in it.
As soon as he takes it and starts to walk away, I'm going to create an illusion that the box is still there.
That's a 22 for sleight.
Wow!
Yay.
Finally a good roll. Yeah, we've been batting like real low.
I just happen to have a +6 to sleight of hand for some reason.
You
That's
are
nice.
outside with the box, and the watcher that's at the door briefly is like looking at the scene, really confused as you walk out. My eyes are. He doesn't look at the box. He's looking right at your face.
I got my eyes on you. As
Okay.
I just walk the other way from everyone else to not rouse any suspicion.
Okay.
And I pull the Robocop, shake his hand. Thank you, citizen. No.
I'm gonna circle back around, tell him to go to my office.
Wow.
Where's your office?
I fucking need you there.
I
It's down a different hallway.
I wait a few seconds, then turn around, kind of tail behind him, grab him as I go past.
Bodily grab the lizard that is currently now probably pantomiming to this girl to
Yep,
make her
and I
laugh.
go this way.
We are moving now.
Yes.
Make it to the office. Absconded with a box. Door is closed, probably secured. Okay, nice and secured, and you have what you have.
May I see?
Can I, before we start, we're middle of rummaging through the box,
Mhm.
I want to add that piece of paper to the box.
Sleight of hand.
What's my passive perception?
Natural 20
That could turn out amazing.
for a 22.
Okay.
That's
I don't
awesome.
have
Still
higher
roll,
than
please.
that. Oh, roll.
Oh,
Okay.
roll anyway.
It's a skill.
I ain't gonna.
It's a skill. I do
no,
have.
I ain't beating that.
Hey,
No clue.
24.
No clue.
I do have a house rule that it is beatable, but I add a mysterious bonus in the back of my head that
Alright.
accounts to roughly a +5 to your skill.
Oh,
I got a 24, so I guess that doesn't
yeah,
beat
22
So, it's
technically, but isn't at 20.
so then it turns into a 27 against them.
it. Okay.
7.
7.
I have no clue.
You are 20 short of
Yep.
a value of help.
Three
That's fine.
short. Unfortunate.
I don't.
I don't
notice-
know what.
I don't notice she's.
I have no idea what Lamel's is going to be, but let's just assume it's in the box.
Yeah, it's in the box. don't
It's in the
worry.
box.
Yeah.
So you got to rummage in the box.
I start trying to find the cat and whatever pieces I can to try to repair it.
Having seen this cat before, do I have any idea how to help him?
You are familiar with what the cat should look like when it's operational, but not necessarily its innards.
Alright,
But she has consulted you multiple times on magical theory.
Alright, I will give you an illusionary diagram of what it looks like.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
Very
just
interesting.
for purposes of accuracy, performance, please. I'm not worried about a spell slot out of this.
Oh, it's an at-will thing anyway.
Okay, cool. If it wasn't, you wouldn't have to expend it.
No. 6.
Okay, it's mostly accurate.
Okay.
You'll probably have some difficulty.
Fair enough.
The cat's usually moving. Is this...
Quick question.
Roll a perception. real
I
quick.
assume this is
Roll
going to be
perception.
under
Yeah.
Tinker's Tools.
Yep.
What base ability score do you apply to your Tinker's Tools?
It depends on the task. This is a delicate task, so it would be dexterity.
Dexterity.
Before you start, Adrid actually taps you on the shoulder and says, "Would you allow me to assist you in this?
Okay. no.
My faith should bring me through this trial." And I'd like to use my Channel Divinity to activate Knowledge of the Ages to give myself proficiency in Tinker's Tools, such that I may give him the help action and also cast guidance on him, so he gets a D4 and advantage.
That is a wonderfully complicated ladder for advantage, but I approve.
Plus a D4.
Plus a D4.
Plus the
Okay.
D4.
Well, I imagine I couldn't help him if I didn't have proficiency in Tinker's
That
Tools.
is pretty accurate.
But I
enough.
could help him with my diagram. My beautiful,
Yes.
super accurate
So advantage, of course,
diagram.
does not stack.
Yeah.
However,
Right.
No,
But I do get the guidance.
but you get the guidance. I will count yours as the help, and I would like you both to roll with advantage.
Oh.
This is a flat.
It's a
it's a-
Tinker's Tools, so it's dex-based, and if you have proficiency in Tinker's
which I do.
Tools,
So
so it's your proficiency.
1d20
bonus.
plus 4 in total. Then okay.
Yeah,
Otherwise
you're actually better than me because dex is not my thing. But that's a good roll.
23.
19.
Okay, so the end results is
Or sorry,
your
21.
guidance
21.
is useful, and he's still going to perform the task because of the base knowledge.
All right.
But otherwise, the task will hinge on the total results. So, highest being a 23, you are more than successful at using the components you have. The cat is capable of turning back on, but you can only turn on one of its sensory devices.
Recall.
No, I mean like
No.
sensory, like sight, hearing,
Oh, okay.
things like that.
Well, it would be the hearing. We'd want the audio.
Or the visual. Either one would be.
Yeah, the sense you turn on is the memory it can recall.
I would think the audio.
I also
Is it
believe audio
either
is
one?
better.
I'm fine either one.
You're fine either one, then I'm gonna say audio. I want to hear what was said. I think from what is said and the sounds of the room, you can piece together in general what happens.
Agreed.
Turning on
You turn on the cat. First thing it does is it kind of spins in a little circle. Tail starts flipping a little bit.
to the
Does a moment of pause, and then it pause, and then it kind of stretches. As it stretches, you can hear very quietly the servos as they extend, and the tail kind of completely straightens out, and it lets out no meow. Instead, it trills slightly, closer to a fox in sound. And then it just kind of
stops for a moment and looks around the room as if it's looking for something. But, you know, like all cats, he doesn't really care who's inside his domain.
Am I able to roll an insight to see what it's looking for?
You can. It would be at disadvantage as it is a machine and very foreign to you.
Yep. Figures. Okay. Please roll higher than that. Alright, best roll is a 10 in total.
10 in total?
Wait, it was disadvantage, I rolled 15. Sorry.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I subtracted my modifier.
Hey, that works. The cat is probably looking for someone that is familiar to it. It eventually does hone in on it, confirming your suspicions, but it takes a little bit of time as it hones in on you.
I believe
And it just kind of like does the nuzzle thing.
Looking for someone familiar.
And it just kind of sits, looking at you.
Do you know what happened to Mommy?
And it stops for a moment. Ears kind of turn. As they turn, you can see a device descend inside the ear itself and goes flush, so the ear turns basically into a small pyramid. And you hear the following. Come here, Sparks. Come on, Mr. Sparks, come here. You hear the trilling of the cat, and what sounds like, of course, what she knows is Ariana. There's moments of the cat emulating of her, and her making fun noises that you would to your pets. After a bit, you hear a loud bang. The bang is beyond a wall. You don't suspect it occurs anywhere inside the office. You hear Ariana get up for a moment, some scuffling sounds. Oh,
So like a gunshot bang or like a bang on a door?
no, like
bang?
like if I were to slam on the side of a wall, kind of bang. Oh, those students couldn't possibly. She opens the door, and as soon as she opens the door, the only sounds you start hearing is muffling sounds of a woman in distress, followed by a male, gruff voice that essentially, "Quick, get her inside!" Another one follows suit. It's indistinguishable if it's male or female. You're not really too sure. The audio isn't perfect, but it's also at such a distance that it muffles because it's probably behind a wall. It roughly comes to the effect of, you don't have a lot of time, the students will be back.
Sounds like a kidnapping.
After a bit, you hear some sounds from outside the door. The door opens again. You hear heavy footfalls. They stop somewhere near. You hear the cat hiss. The cat must have moved enough that it got closer to where the footfalls were, or the footfalls got closer to the cat. The audio doesn't distinguish distance. You get the cat sound of distress, you know, that
And then nothing.
and then nothing.
Lamel, it appears as though this favor will be extended. I am inclined to help further now that it seems that there is a kidnapping afoot.
It does indeed seem like a kidnapping and a cat attack.
I'll start to rummage through the rest of the box, pulling out the note that I put in there.
I pet the cat. Let's see.
Of course you did. Feel free to tell them what the note says.
Something, they took stone and magic, exchange for 1,000, insert money here. Delivered something familiar.
You have a ledger. A series of them that you already clocked.
With an appointment for Regulus Lepus. A receipt, something for non-approved credits acquired.
Amounting to 1,000.
Oh. And a communication from the ministry. Arwen was getting a letter sent either to or from.
As you rummage more through the box, there are a few more items. No investigation required, as you simply pull out 2 books. One on the dynamics of electrical exchange within the Arcane Sphere. You are generally familiar with this text, so this is a more advanced copy, but it's not something you haven't studied a
We
little.
studied the basics of it.
And it's really about energy theory and how magic can be stored, processed, exchanged, and transmitted. The author being deceased, a series of notes inside of it. It's clearly an editor-style copy, and she has made meticulous notes, the corresponding book to said book, and her corrections with some of her research is attached in said second book. These are the two that were pulled off the shelf. It is part 1 of 2. Additionally, you find one last thing in there, and it is a small amulet. Does not have a necklace piece to it. It has been snapped off. Anybody with some jeweler knowledge would know that it was violent.
That it was what?
Violent or forceful, depending on your estimation.
I have no idea. Actually, hold on. Wait.
You will recognize the amulet as something she used to wear as part of her family insignias. Her sponsor gave it to her a long time ago. It's valuable in a sentimental sense, not valuable in a monetary sense.
I will put that into my pocket.
Okay.
Before you do, if I may see that for a moment, just to check something. I take the next 11 minutes, ritual cast identify, just to see if there's if it's a magical or and what if so it is.
It is a component to a device.
Okay.
It is
I
part
hand
of the
it back.
battery.
And I hand it back.
It has stored inside it the equivalent of 10 charges of no description attachment.
Very interesting.
Have I ever seen her use the amulet in any? Okay. I didn't think so. She got it. All right. I think we should go meet with this Regulus Lupus.
Well, you could if you would like to.
I have no better plans than that.
The one that would be familiar with it is
I was saying it out loud, hoping someone heard that.
I didn't give him prior knowledge. I'm just saying. In this case, Lamel would be familiar just because of some attachments to the gladiatorial arena and the military school. You would find it incredibly distasteful to go and see one of the Seuss's instructors in practical tactics. So it is up to you if you really want to go see him, but you know who it is. Very uptight, clean-cut, super razor kind of military individual.
Yeah, only uses straight lines kind of guy.
Mm-hmm. Real hard ass.
That's,
I
my
use
only
right
lead,
angles.
Well,
so,
that was her itinerary, right?
yes. It's in her ledger.
Do we know when she was supposed to meet Lepus?
Is there a time limit?
It was in 2 days.
In 2 days?
Mm-hmm.
So he may not be directly attached to whatever.
But we might find some info from it. Not really too much.
Unless you guys get a better idea.
I do not. Actually, they're looking inside her fucking office.
Yeah. I'm not
They didn't
sure
care if we were
which one.
standing outside. It's probably, they're shit at taking care of a crime scene, obviously. Because they probably have students running all over the place. But I want to go back and look outside of the office for any traces of where someone may have been like dragged in which direction. Drag marks on the floor, like, the scuffed shoe mark against the tile or something like that. I have dice right here.
I'm symbolizing and giving you guidance.
Well, I have a D4 here. And so I'd like to investigate outside of the office to see if I see any signs of which direction someone may have gone. And, well, if I can get an idea of that, I will mention to anyone, if anyone has an ability to track anything. They went this way, maybe you'll have some luck.
Sanitas guide me.
Not
with a nat 1.
Nat 1! So
What's your
that-
total anyway?
My total is
3.
nat 1 plus 2
Oh wait.
plus a whopping 5, so 8.
Sanitas
find-
did not guide me well.
The most important clue of the entire investigation. You find a tear in the rug that is outside her door that is meant to wipe your paws, if you will. It's a cute little cat, but the cat's been kind of folded over because people are just going in and out, not paying attention properly. On that wonderful black stone or marble I told you about that's cut. On the wall is a scuff, and because you have the auditory to kind of help you out, that something happened in the vicinity, it's not too hard to stare too long at it and find it anyway.
Yeah.
But you get no descriptive information beyond that. At this time, though, I would like to see Adrit make a perception for me, because you might be able to pick something up with your interesting senses.
Perception. Come on, baby. 18.
Okay. Because you guided him, and you pushed magic into the intent, a anger spirit briefly manifests out of the handprint that is very faint on the wall. And the anger that it has is a slow and long simmering. It's not something that's explosive, so there's no rage in this. This is more of like a being torn at bit by bit over time kind of anger. Yes, there we go. So it appears as a small pool that boils off of the paint. You see it for a moment, and it manifests a face that looks very boxy.
Boxy face.
And it's in one of the bubbles that just seems to maintain itself.
Okay. I'm a little lost here, but
They don't see this, of course, because this is, again,
That's all
ethereal.
yeah. Would I have to roll insight to kind of figure out what that means, or
Please.
insight? Net one.
You're so bad at this.
We're
It's
good
the dice,
occasionally, I
not-
promise.
You know- RNG says that eventually.
Yeah, but 2 1s against the same investigation pretty much nets a nada. Not that I'm a big person on holding information back. You at least have something to work with.
I know there's an anger spirit, and he's angry.
It's simmering in its rage.
According to the scuffs, I'm thinking this way. Does anyone know how to track stuff?
No, I'm a teacher.
I'm an entertainer, no track.
Really?
Do you see me?
Clearly lives in the wild.
Do you see?
He just points at his own face going, lizard.
If the dice be willing.
Can you
Survival it up.
All
you maybe
right, I
try
am
this?
giving myself guidance on this.
Are the
Yeah, you
guards
should've done that
still
last time.
there?
I don't think I could have given
No,
guidance
door's
on myself on
closed.
Cool,
insight
I'm gonna walk
in that
in.
moment.
Technically,
locked.
you can.
Okay.
No, it's not. How is it not?
I'm gonna tell it not to be.
Oh, okay, that's different.
Suggestion.
There we go. Actually, I should roll
The door doesn't
double
respond
dice
to you.
sometimes. That seems to work.
Yeah. Well, you say that now.
It
will work.
work.
I look under the mat for
It
a
will
key.
work.
No, remember the mat's been flipped up already.
Ah.
I said 18 on survival.
Can I try to pick a lock without being proficient in lockpicks?
You can at disadvantage through sleight of hand.
Solid.
Would you like assistance with that?
I don't know, give me a minute. 15.
With disadvantage?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I looked at the wrong die.
Just double
3.
I mean, I would have accepted it if it was. It's just how it
No,
works.
I looked at the wrong die. You were correct.
That wasn't mistrust. I'm just like, wow, you were
no,
just...
I'm so used to advantage. I rolled 2 and looked at the higher one. Forgot the other
okay.
one.
Just clarifying. Okay, so 3.
3.
You fiddle with the lock long enough to probably make it a little harder for the next attempt.
Yeah, help would be great.
Harder. Wonderful.
I'm
And
giving
of
you a
course, these
challenge.
tools are decks, but
I'm
which is
giving
not my
you
forte.
a challenge,
Your survival
good
suggests
sir.
that the individual was...
No.
The door would be facing this way,
Mhm.
and you would exit.
Can't
This would be
hold
going
tonight.
down the hall towards the atrium. This would be going down the hall towards classrooms.
Alright.
There are multiple professors in this row. The individual was picked up slightly, and then the scuff mark suggests they went towards the classrooms.
Classrooms, okay. Which lock specifically? Is it like on a box or something?
It's
It's
the
her
front
office.
door.
Office, okay.
I'm gonna call Sky real quick. See if he can hop in the window for me.
Wait a minute, you're just trying to get into her office?
Yeah. Not going too well.
Like, the guys are gone and the office
Yeah,
door
they're
is closed and
gone.
locked?
They
Yeah.
locked the door. I'm like, it's.
Well, I wouldn't even worry about picking it then. I'd be like, oh, you had trouble picking it? You need to get in? Bonk. I activate my strength, armor of strength on my
I'm
armor.
still telling the bird to go in
And
there.
just basically attempt to go and bust the door open.
So, the few screws that hold the doorknob together clearly yield to your blow. Not that it damages the door past the fact that you just put the doorknob through the hole.
Yeah.
The door swings open, sitting on the desk with an open window.
Oh.
And it's kind of
Door's
like playing with some stuff. It flutters and it goes right out the window at the sound.
Is the rest of the cat parts there? Or they've been not?
Yeah,
They're gone.
I do leave the kitty in my office, so I'm gonna keep her.
Okay.
So I look for, her bed and other items that they possibly didn't take and bring back to my office.
That works. Her bed is a charging station.
Yeah. I didn't expect it to be a pillow.
Yeah, no, it's a charging station, and you can't really remove it because it's a box, and then it has a pipe that goes up and then goes down, and you assume it plugs in somewhere in the lab that's in the classroom.
That's-
She's like a
funny.
Roomba. She's just a little kitty Roomba
It's fine,
going
kitty can
around.
come back, it's fine. I'll alphabetize her books, Joe.
Okay, so while you meticulously start fixing the books, the rest of you have access to the room if you care.
I'm no good at searching for.
I will take a
Clues,
look
so
and see if
I'm
there's
gonna do a
anything.
martial arts display. Outfits do.
And if I see
Okay.
anything weird with the books, I guess let me know, but I'm just alphabetizing them for a lot.
So you are giving me guidance to search the room for anything important? Holy, I actually got a good number.
Yay.
24.
Ooh.
Searching the room for any kind of clues.
Well, beyond the ones that have been previously mentioned, you managed to find it's called a secret compartment in the side of the desk. The Watchers unfortunately found it too, but they ignored it. You know this because two pieces were in here. One was a financial record, most likely based on the other one, which is an inventory log that they left.
Well,
okay, you give some attention. Screen Harry's on probably for about 20 minutes because I'm guessing that's about how long they're doing what they're doing. Make a perception while we're at it. Make a general perception too while we're at it.
Sorry. I was looking the other way around.
perception, I rolled a 14.
A 14?
You are a 14.
You managed to clock one of the Watchers that was in the office is nearby. Because you're probably out towards the atrium now. Is nearby in what would normally be called in circles you've ran in a lookout.
Alright.
Nearby another professor's office.
Forgive me my interruption, Dominus, but while you were searching, it seems I have figured out. Our lead goes to the classrooms.
Interesting.
By this time, I would probably come back and say, hey, they've got to look up another professor's office.
Is there another professor missing?
I will stop alphabetizing.
And I grab what I found in the compartment.
The inventory
Just
log?
bring it.
That's fine. Do you close the
Yes.
Can you?
I'm gonna
fix
show
the-
you.
No, no, no. Can you fix the door?
Oh no, door's busted. I mean, I could, but we don't have time for that.
I want to go to her classroom.
So you guys go down to the classroom? Or do you go to the... You're going to the classroom?
I'm going to her classroom.
But before you do, I say, hold on.
Who's
Mel. Which way?
I said to
I'm
the
over-
others.
I saw them past the atrium, right? Probably heading down to one of the other hallways.
Inside or outside?
They're inside.
And I would describe the exact location of where I saw the lookout and ask you, since you know more about this place, is there any ways around so we don't have to alert their suspicion?
Generally, no. It's kind of like a spokes of a wagon wheel.
No.
The department that they're in is in the Divine Inspirations in Mathematics. You're over in the Engineering Practical Sciences. She's part of the Arcanum and History section.
Okay.
Just to give some
I would
frame
like
of
to take a
reference to
look
this
and
folks.
see if another professor is missing. And if not, what the hell would they be doing?
So,
I say if it's a trap, we walk into it.
so he's saying there's a lookout the opposite way, and then the trail that I found goes the other way.
Yeah, so essentially, if we were to think about it, going from me is the atrium, and you're going down, when you go into the atrium, it goes off, 2 on the left, 3 on the right.
Okay.
So you have Divine Inspiration in Mathematics, Arcanum and History. These are the two
And
closest to the
that's
inside.
where hers are.
That's where hers
Her
is.
office
Off to the closest to the doorway on the right is the practical. It's practical applications of force and knowledge.
Okay.
It's kind of like saying this is the training and PE center.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you have on
We
this
send
side.
evocation wizards down there because,
Yeah,
you know, they, you know.
Are they the jocks at Wizard School?
Exactly.
Mhm, yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily wizard school
check
only, but-
fireball.
It's so big.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That's what she said.
Of course. Then you on this side, you'll have the applied sciences and engineering, and then the one that's over here is the mystic application of forgotten knowledge. Normally speaking, this would be like saying, "Oh, so this is basically the BS philosophy degree side of things." It actually isn't. It's basically where you would study any sort of mental discipline.
Okay.
So monks may go there for meditation and awareness training. Others might go there to learn the basics of psychology, which is relatively primitive at this point.
Some
Or
of the psychic magic,
would apply as well.
Okay.
So would humanities,
Okay.
understanding cultures, because it's all still understanding behaviors
Okay.
and the mind. Whereas history isn't on that side of things.
Cool.
That help out? I'm sure you probably drew a diagram by now or something.
Very poorly, yes.
But it's there.
So yes, over on the mathematics side is where the lookout is at. The classroom would be in the opposite direction. So each hallway comes off of the atrium. You have a series of the professors first, and then the classrooms are past it.
I see.
It's 2 reasons for this, as you're going to be aware. One, the students have to enter from the dormitories, which come off, like you have the atrium piece, and then it leads off on the backside towards that information area that you were at, and those parts that go off. There's classrooms there, but there's also dormitories on one side. So they have to come into the atrium towards the front of the building, and then go past their professors to make it to class. The professors, A, know when they're late. B, if they have office hours, then they don't have to worry about them going all the way to the classroom. They can come straight to the instructor and question. The classrooms are all shared as well, so pretty big building. It's multiple stories too, so the dormitories are up on the 2nd floor.
And what's our plan of action then?
Well, do we want to follow the trail you have, or do we want to prod the lookout?
Do you believe it would be smart to split our forces?
No. I think we should deal with what's right in front of us.
Deal with it, you say.
I don't like the fact that the person I am looking for is clearly missing. And from all that we have seen, potentially a kidnapping. I want to know if these folks are involved. Whether they are the law or not, that does not matter. What matters is whether or not she's safe.
Very well.
And to
Any
the lookout
objections?
we go.
I will chat with one of my students close by as the 2 of them go deal with this.
3.
Okay. I will chat with a different student and not this student to
Okay.
tie that in, but alright.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll see what you do. If you had something you wanted to talk about.
No, I was just... They're gonna deal with it, we'll be back up, but we don't need to also get involved.
Well, I was talking about the whole not splitting the groups.
No, we're going the same direction. They're gonna go talk to the guard here, we're gonna be over here pretending to be student and
Pretending
teacher.
to
Ah, okay.
The thing that I am.
'Cause there's students
and
all
the
over
thing
the
that you
atrium,
wanted
Lizard
to be.
boy, please understand.
I am not privy to the social cues of your coach.
I see that.
Do you know the names of any mathematics professors?
Insert name
Cursory.
here.
Cursory?
Like you should be aware of them by, reputations, maybe a name or two, but not specifics.
He's a bit
Professor-
of a dick. He's real
Professor
messy with the
Euclid.
fucking classroom.
You might not get that reference.
I know the word.
Euclidean ninja. Okay.
Alright, so yeah, my plan was to talk to Lizard Boy.
Off to the side, like I am his teacher.
Okay.
Talking to my student while the two of them go deal with the
Sure. I have no problem with this.
How do you approach the situation?
I'm very clumpy.
It's the second door in from the atrium itself. That's the professor in question. And they kind of do this as you go down the hall because they're large offices, and that means it's slightly in.
How do you want to approach this?
The look at it is at the entrance to the actual hall.
This is almost like just normal city guard person, right?
Yeah, they're dressed in watcher gear.
They're watchers. Okay. I have a funny idea.
I'm all ears.
So I'm going to run up to them screaming for help and tell them that something is going on down there. I don't know what yet, but if we could get them away from the door through just sheer terror or their obligation to serve, we can get them away from the door.
Keeping my eyes in the sky by the doors where we're at.
I have an addition to your idea.
While that's going on, can I roll perception just to keep a lookout?
Before you do that, perhaps I walk past. I would like a very close look at their uniforms. I want to see if those are authentic or facsimiles.
A two-pronged method to determining whether they are actual watchers or not.
Yes, I walk past while they're there, and then you see if they actually want to help when there is an issue by running the screen.
Is there any laws in this world that I don't know of about yelling fire in a theater?
There are no such things.
Oh, cool. I get to yell fire in a theater.
There's not been a reason yet.
Yes.
You can give the Ministry of Law one.
I think I may just do
We
so.
may just make that happen. All right.
Alright, I'm going to wait for him to walk past the guard, and as soon as that's done, I'm going to go running through the atrium towards that hallway, yelling, fire, fire.
So I am going to walk nice and slow past where the guards are, paying particular attention to their uniforms to see if I see anything amiss, like, that's clearly not the fucking uniform because of the badge on it is off or whatever. And then just keep walking to, like, the next available professor's door.
Okay.
To whatever they have posted outside their door, like I'm there specifically to read that info.
That works. Trying to figure out their office hours or their
like
or their
that-
class
that's-
curriculum for the
that's my-
semester.
That's my reason for doing that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Kind of thing.
Are you trying to cast a fire spell?
Misty visions of the fire works talking.
And now I have to worry about the audience too.
Yes. DC 13 did not believe it.
Alright. This is how we're going to do this, because it's a very large audience.
Mhm.
I'm just going to treat two sides of the hallways as two separate sides of the building, and then the
DC
atrium
13.
itself. And we'll see just how much panic is induced by your performance, please.
Fire! Fire! Run! 23.
Whoa, bitch!
It's because there's fire in there. He's
Fuck
not
yeah.
wrong.
The Watcher runs too. So does most of the atrium and a lot of the students. Go ahead and do your investigation as you walk by. As he runs by you now.
19 on the die, 24, bitch. Boom.
All right. No, he's not.
Ho ho ho! Time to fuck motherfuckers up.
He's running like full on with.
I
with the
attempt to
rest.
grab him by the collar.
Do you intend to give chase?
My goal is, that ain't real. Try to grapple. I'm trying to stop him from moving.
Okay, I'll give you one shot at it, and then we will start chase rules.
Okay.
Oh boy, this is getting spicy.
So technically that would be an unarmed strike to
Yes.
actually make contact.
Mhm. Against his AC.
Nope, ain't happening, not with a 7.
Nope, no, it's not.
Ah!
So we will instigate chase for anyone that wishes to give chase to this specific individual.
So if it is relevant, I rolled a 16 on perception. Would that allow me to tell that she was the one who caused an illusory fire? And
You
then,
would not know she caused it. You will know it is
You know
fake.
it's fake.
Okay.
Yeah, DC 13.
and then for him, I would be able to see that he's now giving chase, so I would join in. Is that possible?
You can.
I would
Okay.
imagine so.
So who is going to join in the attempt to catch the lookout?
I'm not going to catch, but I'm going to run this
The point is,
the
are you
same
going to?
general direction as the crowd.
Is your
yes.
intentions to go and subdue, apprehend, or otherwise acquire said lookout?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
I have meant
Mine is.
that.
I figured the door would be more important than the lookout.
With my 35 feet of movement, I most likely am faster than him.
Then, if you are not giving
I know
chase
I
to
like
that
that.
person, what are you doing? You were going to go through the door into the offices. Yes, that makes
I
sense.
wanted to go to the classroom.
You're going to as students are rushing down that hallway
Well,
because someone pulled the fire. No, I'm kidding. There's no fire alarm.
Yeah, the college ought to think about that.
New rule, fire alarms.
no fire alarm. Sorry.
yeah, the
Somebody will
alarm
probably
is-
start ringing a
The
bell.
alarm is someone yelling fire.
Yeah, and then followed by somebody pulling a bell that has not happened yet. You wish to go to the classroom?
Well, was that the same hallway or the opposite hallway?
Other way.
Where the guard was an office.
Mm,
If that's where you're.
So we're talking about the spokes,
okay.
right? This was the side that her office was in. It was the classroom at the end of her hallway.
Okay, so we're two different directions then. Okay, I'll hang back and then end up going to the office with him then.
Okay. As you guys open the door, this will start in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
As you open the door,
While that's happening, I'm gonna.
Okay. There are two individuals. One immediately sees you guys and jumps out the window.
Okay.
No questions, just goes out the window. The other one panics and drops the evidence case, that's the new one, apparently, that they had been putting stuff in.
I want eyes on man who jumped out the window.
So Bird is giving chase. Okay, so that will enter into the chase for that.
I'm gonna unholster my gun and point it at this man and tell him to identify himself. Would you like an intimidation?
Yeah, I was thinking about my brain freezed for a second for an idea.
Natural 1, so 2. I'm not very scary.
Aw, he rolled so bad too, but it wasn't that bad.
Well, I suggest you do what the man says. DC 13, please.
Hey, you can suggest
did.
by adding it into the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
He drops the case and jumps out the window.
Hurry.
Reaction, can I shoot him in the back?
You absolutely can.
Oh, cool, I get to make an attack roll.
You get to make an attack roll, just like Jason. If this somehow misses and doesn't do what it needs to, you will enter into chase.
That is a 17 hit.
17 hit? Alright, so you're going to enter into chase with a wounded individual. Please roll damage.
That's 12 piercing damage.
We're not on like the second floor, right?
No, it's first one.
Just the third.
So the spokes have basically gardens on one side.
I just want to make sure we weren't higher up than I anticipated. Yeah.
No. Yeah, they have gardens on one side. Only the atrium portion, which is fairly large, and the information side is the second floor. The spokes are just pieces that go out. From the outside, it looks like a square building, but it actually fans backwards. In case anybody's like going, what the hell is your description? Because they probably are by now, if you aren't.
No,
Someone can draw. It's
I've
fine.
somehow arranged it to be like a hand.
I did a draw.
That's a good way to look at
Yeah,
it.
draw.
It's very core.
All right, so we have two separate chases going on. One is against two individuals, one of which is wounded.
Has a bullet.
He's
Nice.
been shot pretty well. The second one is chasing after a panicked individual. The way chase will work, are we generally familiar with the standard chase mechanics, I assume? Yes?
Sort of, kinda.
I'll figure it out.
I
Okay,
haven't
so
used it too much in our game yet.
here's how chase works out. We will go and determine a general initiative, which you can feel free to roll initiative to start that.
Because in this house we...
Roll for initiative!
21.
Okay. Phrases I need to learn. Got it.
It's on the wall.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's about time. Nat fucking 20 for a total of 20.
Good.
16.
I rolled a 15 for a 19.
15 for a 19. Ooh. Spicy.
Whoa. Icy.
Jennifer.
Can I please have initiatives?
21.
You all did good.
What was yours again? Some
Dirty 20. Well, actually, nat 20, but it's a 20.
20 clean. Okay. Just clarify, because I'm like, wait, I'm about to have you all
Yeah.
about to play rock paper scissors. That's all.
Sad Loogie sent a bunch of 20s after saying this is epic.
Thank you, Sad Loogie.
Thank you,
Thank
Sad
you.
Loogie.
Love you.
All right, so we have
Oh, how is chat?
starting
That's
in
pretty
the
good.
20 to, or sorry, the 25 to 20 range.
Hello.
We have Gwen. Gwen is followed.
Technically Sky, but yeah.
Oh, my bad. I'm reading the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, is
This
your
name has
bird
changed
the
so
only
many
one
times in a couple of
No,
hours.
that's Birdie.
Birdie is
Birdie
Sky.
is Sky.
Oh, Sky is at that.
Yeah,
What are
she's
you
the
at?
one chasing.
Oh, you're not. You're not running.
No. Gwen don't run. She ain't athlete.
I got people for that.
I'm still gonna put it on Gwen.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just informing you technically. I'm
Yep,
not
that
the one
works. All right, so
being
then that is
relevant.
followed by Dominus. So that is in our 20 range. Our 19 to 15.
I'm 19.
I'm 16.
All right, so that means we have Lamel, followed by Unknown 1. Unknown 1 is on your chase.
Oh, so that's the one I'm following.
That's the one you are following.
Oh.
We all follow.
Oh, you're joining?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay, and then we have Adrit. Right?
Yep.
All right, so in our 14 to 10 range is none of you all. So that means the remainder ends up being Unknown, number 2, who is shot.
L.
Whoa.
Imagine getting shot.
Couldn't be me.
What a loser.
Wow.
Shouldn't have gotten shot.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
just dodge, bro.
Yeah.
Unknown 3,
I'm gonna get shot right after that.
who
Just for opening my goddamn mouth.
again. I mean, that's his fault for making all those saves, right? That's what I figured. So this is how chase works out. We have two different kinds of chase. We will use dynamic chase for now.
Ooh.
I have a static one too. We will go over that if it ever comes up. In a dynamic chase, you can choose any one action someone else has not taken in the round. This includes the adversaries and or opponents in this case. Chases may not necessarily involve enemies, but they will involve other individuals. In this case, since there is two chases going at the same time, because it's going to be complicated to remember if you've attacked and then this side didn't, and so on, it is easier to treat you all as one chase mechanic.
All right.
So let's say, for instance, that Dominus decides that he is going to use a spell. He would list off the spell, expend the spell slot, and it would consider itself as an automatic success so long as the effect and the intention of the spell is appropriate. If then it goes to Adric decides to use a skill of some kind. For whatever reason, you use acrobatics to, I don't know, parkour.
Okay.
And you would need to make a DC set by the difficulty of the current round in the chase. It starts at basics, which at 10, and every 2 rounds it increases by 5. This is to give us a timer. Essentially, the way this will work is you will accumulate successes to capture your opponent in this case. Each chase, your successes will be independent, will need to accumulate 3 positive successes, and anytime an opponent gets a success, it subtracts from yours. Now, they are stuck to the same mechanics as you. So if they use a skill, say one of them decides to use, for whatever reason, handle animal, and get a pack of squirrels on you, as an argument, you can't use handle animal on that round.
Okay.
This all makes sense how this stacks out. Anything that is a spell-like ability counts as a spell, regardless of its origin.
Okay.
Anything that is a class feature is not unique to a class. It is just a class feature, and that class feature is removed if it is a non-spell-like ability, such as key. Any clarifications anyone requires?
So a racial ability basically qualifies as a spell-like ability.
If it's replicating a spell to create the effect, then yes.
It's not
Then it would just be its own thing.
So you said only one type of action can be used per round, so would a spell take up the same type of action as an attack, or what's the deal with that?
No, so if you used a spell, I can use an attack.
Okay.
She can then use a different skill, and then you would use a different skill or racial or whatever.
Okay.
Keeping in mind your opponents will consume skills, abilities, and otherwise as well if they are capable.
Yeah.
Range attacks and melee attacks are separated for the purposes of large groups, which were above 6, so it will be. That's going to be probably fairly consistent. I will do it in ratio, so once our other individual joins us, I'll raise the ratio to 8.
Gotcha.
So, all good?
So,
All right, so we have a general initiative. We will start with Gwen, followed up on our next with Dominus. Gwen, how would you like to start Sky's involvement?
Well, she's gonna fucking keep an eye on Running Man.
Okay, and what ability, skill, or otherwise are you going to offer for it?
Fly.
Well, that's movement.
No,
If you would like to make maneuvers, you can do that. Oh, and your attributes also count if it's relevant.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Like, really, I just want to keep an eye on them. Like, I guess
So perception.
let's try to watch. Perception sounds great. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll perception.
For the burb,
Mhm.
which I wrote
The
down.
bird is the...
I wrote
Burb,
it
burb,
down.
burb. Burb is a word.
Damn right.
Burb is
Words
the
to
word.
live by.
6.
6. Okay, so we have the first failure. If you accumulate 5 failures, you will fail your chase automatically.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Normally it is 3 as written, I believe, in standard chase mechanics, but dynamics, I'm going to use 5 to make it a little bit more challenging and interesting. Alright, so Sky attempts to perceive what is going on, and her little
Got
birdie
distracted.
eyes doesn't lose track of the individual, but fails to get any advantage from the effect. Dominus has reached and nary to miss upon the threads of a watcher, who, as it turned out, is a fake.
Alright.
A fraud.
Where
Shan.
is it? Where is it? Where is it?
And I was going to add a charlatan, huh?
No. Shit. Very well. Yep. I am using my Celestial Revelation ability to go Radiant Soul. 2 luminous spectral wings sprout from my back temporarily. Till the transformation ends, you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed, and once on each of your turns, you can deal extra radiant damage to one target when you deal damage to it with an attack or a spell. The extra damage equals your proficiency bonus. I now have a fly speed of 35 feet, and I'm flying straight towards them to try to grab them.
Okay. I will give you a success for adding movement and feature.
Okay.
That's racial, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome. That follows up with Lamel, and then unknown number 1, who is in the chase with Dominus and Addit are next.
Alright, so for mine, I would like to use my Step of the Wind monk feature to give myself the dash action as a bonus action.
Okay.
And use that to pursue and get within grapple range.
As you jet off, as in a way a monk only can, you could feasibly make physical contact in your next rotation. And I will give you the success for using a class feature. So class feature and racial features have been removed from the potentials. The unknown one, who is now in melee range, decides to utilize an attack and pulls out that stun baton that all watchers seem to have. As he unslings it, he wildly swings behind in a, what is it? I'm reminiscent of riding on a horse in a particular 3-triangle geometric shaped game. It involves a knot elf and a strange brown horse and music. And the kind of way, right? All the feels you didn't want. Because he is making a wild swing, he is going to thereby be at disadvantage, but reckless. And does a 17 plus 2, so does a 19 meet your AC?
Well, unknown number 1 was after Dom.
Oh, my bad. He is wild swinging at you.
Yeah. 19 fucking hits.
My bad. Thank you for the correction.
Yep, 19
Y'all should
hits.
catch me too. What's going on?
19 hits.
Yeah, chat. Call him out on his bullshit.
Yep. All right. So a 19
Man, that
does
was
successfully
a good
hit.
fucking roll.
This is an 18 and a 17 natural.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 2 wasn't really going to help him out much.
Yep.
So the baton doesn't do a whole lot of physical damage, but I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw not to be stunned.
That's not good.
Pass it.
Yeah, it's actually good.
Don't
All
read it.
right, so
Pass it.
that
Thank you.
Sorry, you handed it to
will
me.
be a
Words
21
first.
con save.
You cannot add features.
21 con save.
21 con save. So you are not
17 on the
stunned,
fucking die.
but you will take 2 points
All right,
of bludgeoning damage.
fair enough.
And because he has successfully struck you, the success of your chase has been removed.
Oh, now he's pissed me off.
One of your successes, anyway. So, Adrit, you are up. Unknown number 2, who has been shot, will be next.
Alright, so I look at the one that just attacked him, and I sort of shout out with my staff in my right hand and outstretching my left hand. I shout, "Sanitas shuns pretenders! Drop to the ground and squirm!" And I cast Suggestion on him.
Ooh. What is next?
That was pretty.
DC 13 Wisdom.
That was nice.
I do not make it, so he squirms to the ground.
Oh, success, bitch.
He squirms to the ground, and for a round, will be cowering in a sense.
Alright, and I want to make sure I'm able to use my movement to proceed towards him.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It is assumed in a chase you were making all intentional efforts to reach your objective.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right. So, Mr.
That's
has
what I
been
say about
shot. Is the unfortunate closest to Lamel and is going to do something rather similar, but unfortunately he does not have the option for a strike at you. But he does have the option to use the terrain against you. So he will use survival and attempt to trip you up with a well-placed, forgotten series of crates. And he succeeds in knocking over some crates. It doesn't actually impede real movement, but it's a success, removing your success.
What a big old bitch.
It's all it really matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that makes it unknown number 3, which is the one that had the head start. He will do everything in his effort to start scaling the side of the building, and he's trying to get up to the roof. Therefore, he is using athletics. So, just so we are all aware, we are coming to the end of that round. He has successfully met the DC requirement. This gives you your first failure. So,
Damn.
that is all right.
We're now at failures.
See how that push and
Second.
pull works?
I think,
Mhm.
actually.
No, first failure.
First failure, because you removed a success.
We're basically going, we were success.
The very first
Good.
roll we did was a fail.
Yeah, and then Donna
Yeah,
stayed up
and
one,
then-
yeah.
I got
Oh,
one.
Yeah.
okay.
Then it was down one. Then
Okay,
it was up
sorry,
one. Now
okay,
it's
yeah,
down
yeah,
one.
okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's
Okay.
It's a power
boop,
struggle.
boop, boop, boop,
Gotcha.
You just need to get
boop,
3 positive. They have
Okay.
to get 5 negative.
I didn't realize it
Mhm.
with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's a power skill.
Yeah, I thought it was a
Normal
tally.
chase is just total
I was
numbers,
thinking it
and
was a
I
tally.
think it
No, I
ends them
gotcha.
No.
too easily. All right, so we go back to top of the round. That means Gwen with Sky is up. I believe your note. Are you still going to apply it even though the feature doesn't work?
So I can do it, I just can't use it. correct?
You essentially can
Okay,
look like
that's,
something,
that's,
but not.
That's what I thought. Okay. Irrelevant now, though. I was just curious on that. I'm gonna go ahead and have Sky go up to Number Asshole, who is scaling the building,
Number asshole.
and he is gonna go take a fat shit on him, trying to distract him / make him fall. I don't know how you want to word that, but he's gonna take a shit on him.
All right.
Fat shit.
Creative use of for shit.
Thank you.
So for the purposes of this, I will use it as an animal handling check. Please
All
make
right.
that for me.
Handling.
Come on.
We are in round 2. Your
Gwen.
DCs
Go
are
Gwen.
going up. Will not be going up next round.
14.
Okay, not yet. So you got a success, so that kills the failure.
Bird shit.
Way to go,
Good
bird
job.
shit.
Good job.
Boom.
Back to a 0. And that means we now have Dominus followed by Lamel.
Yeah, the bird shitting
All right.
action is already taken, boys.
No animal handling for you.
All right. Wait a minute. Don't smack me.
He does count
Don't
as
you
prone,
dare
right?
smack me. As he looks at that guy. The gem glows. As the lightning launcher fires off at this guy.
Okay.
8 does not hit. I
It
know
does
that for
not.
a fucking fact. God damn.
We have removed your success. Ooh, these dice hate you all
Yeah,
today.
they
They
do.
really do.
They do.
It's unfortunate. It's
It's been a
unfortunate.
push and a pull.
All right.
No, these dice fucking hate us.
We've had a couple good successes.
A couple.
You've had a couple of them. You've like nothing in the middle is what I'm
Mhm.
noticing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, so Lamella, you are up. Unknown number 1 on Dom and Adrit's side will be next.
So he used a ranged attack, is what
Yeah.
he did?
Yes, yours is a range.
Yeah, it's a ranged
Okay.
attack.
Taking away the gun. Damn.
Sorry.
That's alright. I'm gonna go ahead then and take my trident,
Mhm.
try and stab him in the ankle while he's running away from me.
Absolutely. Go for it. We have no successes on the board, so everybody's aware, and no failures.
So bad.
That is an 18.
18 definitely strikes. Please roll damage. Hey, he might just kill it in the fight too,
That works. I would
Um,
prefer him alive.
or in the chase.
Yeah.
That is 10 piercing damage.
Woo!
Right through the Achilles.
Nice.
One of the prongs of the tridents.
And the shot earlier was 6. If I remember right. That sounds right. Okay, so your success back on the board. A wounded and now bleeding
Nice.
trail follows unknown number 1. Unknown number 1.
Wait.
Or no, unknown number 2. Sorry, that's the one you shot.
Yeah.
That one has 16 damage.
Yeah. Unknown number 1 hasn't taken.
Unknown number 1 is the one that got shit.
Yeah.
Is on your side.
Yep.
I need to get this straight.
Mhm.
It's because I'm reading versus
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Was
sorry.
Isn't 3 the one who got shit on?
3 is the one who got pooped on.
3
Yeah.
got pooped on.
Yes.
2 has been shot and stabbed.
Correct.
Mhm.
Number 1 is on their side.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's because I am reading it instead of.
Yeah.
If I stop reading, I'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. So
Now it's unknown 1.
unknown 1, who has no longer an open attack option, instead opts for use magical device. So he's going to make an Arcana check.
It's a bomb.
An Arcana check to stop. I wish I would have thought of that.
So he goes ahead and pulls out a device, and in the process of pulling out said device, he seemingly pops a lid on it, and it, for the briefest of moments, gives you flashbacks. And then he pops a pill of some kind instead and throws the canister.
So he succeeded?
He succeeds.
God damn.
Meaning a failure.
Back to
on your
0
side.
again.
Yep, back to 0. Meaning a failure has been accumulated, and you have returned back to 0.
Oh boy.
That makes it Adrit's turn, and then Mr. been shot and stabbed.
All right. So
I'm just going to change his name. Shot and stabbed.
while Adrit approaches the man who has just popped the pill, he makes it a goal of his to appear as large and imposing as possible, and bares all of his wicked teeth as he shouts, "This is your second chance! Sanitas gives 2. There is no third. Submit now or die." And I'm going to roll intimidation.
Come on, buddy.
Maybe
3.
No!
He like hiccuped in the middle of it.
I'm sorry.
stuttered,
This
man.
is the most back and forth shit ever. I love it.
Oh.
All right, so we've accumulated a failure yet again on the left side here.
They're
You're
gonna
welcome.
fucking win. Not because they're good, it's because we keep fucking.
It's
So,
not because they're good, it's because we suck.
so shot and stabbed, and I will come up with a creative name of
Shit.
Bird shit.
Shitbird.
Shithead.
Shitbird.
Shithead.
Shitbird. There we go. That we'll just have bad names for it.
Yeah.
So shot and stabbed no longer has any sort of aggression moves, and instead opts for the bob and weave tactic.
Because that's going to help.
Yeah, he's gonna hope a lot. He's gonna attempt to make an acrobatics check to initiate the dodge feature, but without making it, he will not get the bonuses. He fails, which is a positive for you because that accumulates a success on your side.
Which means we're at 0 again.
That's on their side. They're at 2.
They have a separate track.
Oh, on their side.
They're separate tracks.
Nice.
Yeah, they
That's
get to
right.
3
And he is
successes.
stabbed and
We're at -1. You're at +2. Jeez.
Yep. So he attempts to bob and weave the strikes as you stab. Probably why he got stabbed, to be honest, and gains no ground in escaping either. Shitbird has managed to climb up partially onto the roof, and is at this point going to attempt to make his general escape. He unfortunately is not sure where to go, so he will use perception in an attempt to find an escape route of value. And he critically fails that, ending the chase. As he falls off the, goes to move in what he thinks is a safe way, slips off the roof, and is now immobilized.
It's my turn next anyway.
Mhm.
I understand you said chase ended.
It does on your side.
Spare the dying through the bird to him.
Good call. Don't know if it was.
So you got shit.
You don't know if it was needed, but it was a
I
good
don't know.
idea.
We'll find out.
But it was a good idea because now I don't have to roll fall damage, so I appreciate that.
So that was
Actually, yes, I do.
that was Bird's turn.
That was so. Their side ends. That will speed up massively your side. He took 7 damage plus.
So both shot and stabbed and Shitbird are done.
Yes, they're done. They're out. Okay. They are now considered captured and/or immobilized.
Okay.
Basically, the guy that's limping couldn't escape. He's like, "Fine, fuck it, just don't kill me." And the one that's on the ground,
Fall
like,
off the fucking roof.
"Oh
He's in the Family Guy death pose.
no!" He's just. But he's made the wonderful Wile E. Coyote.
Yep.
And then I want to casually walk outside to where Birdie spared him.
Works for me. So that will remove.
Bless you.
So really, it's now just
Gwen.
me, Unknown One, and Adrit.
Yep. So that puts us to Dominus.
All right. All right. This guy is getting pretty lucky.
And we actually
I'm
started-
going to analyze his movements to figure out the best way to cut him off as I investigate him.
Go ahead.
Come on. God fucking dice. 11.
I will give you this success. Wait, this is round 3.
I have no
It's a
idea.
15 requirement. Sorry, that is a failure.
We're now at 2 fails.
This guy might actually get away.
Dice.
Unknown One
Fuck you.
has seen a small opening and a potential to escape, so he very quickly takes the stun baton and hurls it at Adrit with the attempt to hopefully get.
But he's so
really low.
intimidating.
Yes,
That
that's.
he's failing to intimidate.
Just in the middle.
I don't believe. I don't know, but I don't believe a 13 strikes your AC.
Does not.
So that accumulates a failure on his side.
We're back to
Back
-1.
to -1. Adrit.
All right. So Adrit, continuing his movement towards Unknown One, says, "I gave you your warning," and I'm gonna go for a bite attack.
Go for it.
That's gonna be a 20, not natural.
20, not natural. Please roll your damage.
All right. So I'm gonna do the funny thing that he told me to do with the foam.
That's what I would have done too. It's faster
It is.
because those
And he
aluminum
takes
pieces don't flex
3
well.
points of damage as I bite into his shoulder.
Okay. What the hell? Thomas, you are up, followed by Unknown.
All right.
As we
Screw
are
it.
on now round 4.
I am blasting another lightning launcher, so ranged attack.
Okay.
Come on. Okay. 15 to hit.
15 does strike him exactly on his AC.
Ah, beautiful. So, that is 1d6 plus 3, and I can add an additional 1d6 once per round with that lightning launcher, so that ends up being 2d6 plus 3. So that is 9, 12, and because I have already activated my celestial bullshit, that adds another 2 radiant damage, so that is 12 lightning damage and 2 radiant damage, for a total of 14 damage.
Woo. Yep, that is significant. Let's put it that way. Putting you at 0 as it is a clear success. And
Was there not my success? Or
yeah, yours was a success too.
So that would put
you
you-
at -2?
No, we were at -1 because he failed.
Oh, he did. He failed.
So then
Thank
that's
you for
at
keeping
0,
me honest about that.
and then that's 1.
Yep.
So you have a positive success.
So we're at 2.
we should be at 1?
You should be at 1.
Or at 1, sorry.
Because there would have been 1
Math!
failure.
Yeah. Simple 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s.
-2 plus 3 equals 1.
Yes.
I am definitely making you work with your
Yes.
numbers. Who says STEM isn't in D&D?
Yeah.
At least the M part.
Alright.
All right, so that would be Dominus. That means it's followed by Unknown. Unknown is definitely not playing this game no more, so he's going to attempt to use his athletics to get the hell out of Dodge. He just no longer feels that this is a winning value. And that will actually accumulate a single success, which is
It's 0.
God damn.
at least you have a 2-to-1 advantage against
He
him.
needs to quit succeeding.
I'm gonna murder this fucker.
So, Adrit, you are up. Dominus, you follow.
That's a 6 to hit.
That definitely
Is
misses.
it another
What kind of
melee
strike
attack?
were you doing?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Top of the round, we are now round 5. Skill DCs are at 20.
Fuck it, this just guy's going down. I'm attacking again.
If I can't have you,
Range attack.
no one can.
See, this is one way to
Nope.
fail. 1.
2 on the fucking die. So, no, it doesn't hit.
All right.
Now he's at 2 failures on our side. All he's got to do is
It's just
succeed.
going round and round.
No. It's going his way.
Well, no, but it was this exact scenario last round as well.
So it has been 3 rounds since he popped the pill. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have to worry about the delay. That's why I'm asking. As the delay kicks in, he goes from as you see his form start to bubble. It's the only way to really describe it. You see parts of the underneath the armor and the clothing that is the Watcher gear start to ripple. Ripple a little bit more. And then as a moment, you see the shoulder bubble up a little bit. And then armor just rips off of the shoulders and the bracing pieces. As this man reveals himself as a half-giant kin.
I don't give a fuck.
As a large creature, he begins to lumber. And in his lumbering, he is not as quick.
Easier to target because he's bigger, right?
And he turns around and hurls the remnant pieces of his armor in a clutched hand. It's improvised. I'll take this advantage.
And is that a ranged attack?
Oh, you did a range attack.
Yep.
So he cannot. Then he will use it to obstruct your movement. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Alright, so then we will attempt to see if that fails anyway. So that would take survival off the table.
And it's back to a -1 for us.
And Adrit, you're up, followed by Dominus.
Yeah,
You
I
were
see.
right. I forgot you did a range.
I'm not super creative here, right? Because I don't really know if anything else will work except biting him again. So I'm gonna bite him again. Or attempt to.
Okay.
Does a 13 hit?
His AC is dropped by 2. So, yes.
Yes!
He no longer... Oh, he has no longer the advantage armor. So, it bounces up. Yeah, 13.
So rushing up to him now, dodging past the shrapnel of the armor, right? Adris just kind of says, "Big mistake," and goes straight for the throat. So, come on. Can we get maximum? We cannot. We get minimum. 2 damage.
You miss the throat as his hand goes up to block, and you just latch briefly onto his right hand.
It's like a chihuahua just...
And he shakes you off, but not without tearing some of that flesh off.
So we're back at 0 now?
Importantly, you see the flesh start to repair itself.
Oh, he's got regeneration.
That puts you back at 0, though.
Yeah.
Dominus, you are up.
No,
I
we
know.
got our-
Hold on.
wait,
I am just checking something.
I'm wondering if I could just come around with a corner with some ball bearings and go trip.
You would hope so, right?
Yeah, I kind of do.
What is
If only they
that?
weren't in complete opposite directions of the building.
Yeah, my bird's got a 50-foot fly speed. He'll get there.
Where are you? I know you're in there, damn it.
I was like a 40. I mean, what?
I can believe you can jump on that roof.
Hold on, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I got that +6 stat though.
Go ahead and roll initiative. We'll insert you in round 7.
Alright.
I'm okay
Okay.
with this.
Alright, so. Yeah. Screw this guy.
That is 12.
Magic missile.
No, that doesn't. That's an auto success.
Yeah, automatic hit. 1d4 plus 1 damage.
Well, wouldn't it be all of the missiles?
It's magic missile 1d4 plus 1. That's all I get.
Yeah, you
one
only get-
fucking dart.
You
One
don't.
per-
It magic. Look, you'll read the spell. For
No.
enemies.
You should only get one.
Oh no, you're right.
See that? I told you I know my rules.
Dude. I've been having my alcohol with this, so
Okay.
I'm
Would
not
y'all,
on
would y'all
top
just
of it.
kiss already?
I wish, man.
Okay,
General initiative.
so
I'm trying to help
1d4
us
plus
out.
1 per missile, 3 missiles at first level. So we have a total of 11 points of force damage.
Yikes! All right. So we are ending round 5 or 6. 5.
6.
Isn't he the top of the round, or I don't? I'm
Oh
not.
yeah,
the
he's
top
the
of the
top.
round.
So this is round 6.
Yep. And that's another success.
So,
We're at
and
1 now. I believe.
you're at
Yep.
1.
At 1.
All right. So, having been shot repeatedly,
Mm-hmm.
bit repeatedly,
Yep.
you were starting to see a toll on the body, even though it seems to be repairing. Scorch marks are still there
Mm-hmm.
from the strikes. So are small scarrings from the imprints of your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Though he is repairing the damage, it's clearly not wholly saving him. It's not like you would may have experienced if you were been in combat with a troll, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not the same kind of regeneration. For passive perception success stuff.
Right.
The creature decides it is better to escape than to win because it doesn't want to keep taking damage. And it attempts a jump onto the roof. There is no bird to shit on it yet. Yet.
She's.
And it actually succeeds miraculously.
Back to fucking 0.
We're such a great team.
And that means Adrit's
Love
next,
you.
followed by Dominus as we
Come
start
on,
round
Adrit.
7.
Alright. I'm trying to. Okay, I'm gonna try to be creative here with a skill check or something. So use an athletics to jump?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm gonna make a history check, potentially, to see if I can glean any kind of information on half giants and a way that we might be able to take them down. Will that work?
I accept it.
Alright.
DC, just so you know, is at 20 at this point.
I have a plus
No.
6. So.
He has a 20.
Okay.
You gotta put it. That doesn't count. It's outside the fucking
Okay.
tray.
Well, if it's a good number, it counts.
Yeah, you all call your own cocked die or missed.
22.
Oh,
bitch!
Alright. So as we start round 7, Dominus.
Fuck you! Second verse, same as the first. Take
He's
some
just-
more magic
He's
missile.
not gonna stop. He's gonna take range
Auto
attacks on.
fucking success, damage, bitch.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna expend spell slots and see
Yep.
it work.
Okay, that's clearly cocked as it was stuck on that. So, okay, less damage.
Yeah.
Hey, gotta be fair.
Nice.
7 plus 3, 10 points of force damage in total.
Okay. He takes the damage and it's still leaving marks.
Yep.
You still see it repairing itself, though. To what extent, you are not sure.
We should be at +2 now.
By the way,
You
I
are.
wanted to ask if I did get any kind of information. Like, I know it was a success, but like for flavor.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
It's fine.
So, it's not a true giant kin of any kind. It
Right.
is probably whatever you ate, for one. But actual half giants can regenerate to some extent depending on their lineages, but it's usually conditional. It's not just automatic. It's not like a troll that just goes, "Hey, you can't kill me unless you really kill me."
Okay.
The other thing about half giant kin, since your race would have some experience in territory
Yeah, that makes sense.
territory issues. Typically speaking, they would never come into the cities. That's why you don't find them in the kingdom.
All right.
So this would been not only faking being something, and then shrinking itself down as well out of their skill range or their habits. So, you have successfully shot it up.
Yep.
It is at this point a bird crests over the roof.
I know he used a spell. I have something. It's not a spell. It's just something I can do at will. I think it's an ability. Can I use that or no?
As long as it doesn't function as a spell to do it.
It
And
does.
it counts as a spell for a spell like ability.
Okay.
Shit on this.
I mean, I don't really have a choice anymore. Birdie will. He's on the roof.
Hmm?
Is there anything immediately visible on the roof that?
So the roofs are they're tiled
Mm-hmm.
to create a partial
All right, we're
incline,
gonna
and then they're flat on the top.
okay. We're gonna start to mess with some of the tiles on there to hopefully get them to fall down.
Let's
Sure.
try the same.
Nothing right now.
Survival is a what skill?
Skill. Yep.
It's a
Dex.
skill.
What?
No. Survival's not dex.
14. And did I look at the wrong one?
Survival, I thought was wisdom.
It is.
Yeah, wisdom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked at stealth. I'm sorry. 13.
That is a failure.
The bird doesn't have a very high wisdom, guys.
Yeah.
You should be using yours. Oh, it's an active familiar, you're not remoting. Never mind. Ignore me.
It's still a fail regardless.
Good enough. So the thing is on the roof and sees the bird pulling out the tiles and goes to punt the bird. Because a melee action has not been used in this round.
Oh, that's pretty much a guaranteed success.
As it gets a 15 to hit the AC on the bird, its minimum in strength is a +6.
Alright, bird's gone.
Bird dies,
Dissipates.
Can you get a guaranteed fucking success?
which
We're
removes
at
you
zero, right?
as the back.
No, we're at
I need you to
1.
make a
No,
wisdom
no,
save
we're at
for me.
0.
Wisdom save for me.
Rather she not interfered and
Okay.
possibly got
You
Yeah.
pull out of the bird before any sort of adverse effects.
This is
Guaranteed
it's not.
success?
I'm just your
No,
remote
I
viewer.
don't. No, I don't remote control him. I telepathically tell him what to do.
I know.
Okay.
I
But you're
can't
seeing
cast
through
a
it, too?
spell 'cause
No.
that's your-
It's just whether or not
Yeah.
you would be like, oh, shit.
Okay.
And
No, I got you.
Shock to your senses.
Just
Mhm.
to clarify how I was.
You wouldn't take damage
Yeah.
from it. It would just stun you at best. I know it's not.
No, you're good. I just double check.
Just suddenly a half giant just punted your bird you were looking through. All right,
Went
so
from 2 to 0.
that means well, you can describe how you come over that roof because you're a monk and you can do what you want.
Yes, from jumping from catwalk to fire escape, I eventually ledged myself on top of the roof to have a clear view of the half giant from a rooftop away.
Okay.
I would then like to make a ranged attack with my revolver to try and pull him.
So
Because he used a spell-like ability.
I used a spell.
Yeah, spell.
Mhm.
So
you
ranged
can use an
attack.
actual ability.
I used a history.
Nope. 9.
And back to 0.
I'm about to give up because by this point there's no way I can
Hey,
fucking
man, we got
continue to.
2 of them. All right.
Yeah, I know.
2
but
out of
there's no
3
way
is
I
not
can
too
continue
bad.
because
Andrew, you were up, and then we were starting at the top of the round again with Dominus.
I am trying.
In round 10, he will escape.
Okay.
We got 2 out of 3. We tried.
There is no try. There is
So
only
we can't use spells, right?
You can't use spells, no range attacks, no melee, history, or
What do you mean
survival.
no melee? Oh, he
He
did a
punted
melee.
the bird.
He did a melee.
He did an unarmed strike.
You
or
could,
I guess it did
always
for
use religion and pray to God.
Would that work?
Nobody says you can't.
Okay, I'm gonna pray to.
You never know when the gods will intervene.
I'm gonna pray to Sanitas for divine guidance on what the literal fuck to do.
Okay.
And that's gonna be 16, so that's a fail.
Well, the gods aren't with you today.
Apparently not. Definitely not the dice gods.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it.
Top of the round, round 8.
I'm going to use my last first level spell slot to cast Magic Missile one more time and just hope this guy's hit points hit 0. Shittiest rolls.
Cock.
Shittiest fucking rolls. 9 points of damage, force damage. 1, 1, 4.
This wasn't 1-1-1.
He staggers heavily, but it is not enough to drop him. It
Of course.
seems.
God damn.
You see his movements are sluggish at this point too.
Hmm.
As he now goes into his turn, with Lamel being next, he decides to start running down the edge of the building to make a clear escape. As he does so, he's going to use acrobatics with the intent to not fall the hell off the roof. Natural 20. I think the dice gods are done.
We
with it.
can't win for losing, dude.
Here, here.
I
Can I take a picture of that?
It's not, no. It's not worth it. We're done. No, just, no.
I have one last card up my sleeve.
I've used all my spell slots.
The card is flown away.
Their card is flown away. Alright, so, that means that Lamel is up.
Alright, boys.
I believe we're back at a failure.
This is my last-ditch effort here.
I mean,
I
I
believe you. You don't have to show me. I'm already disappointed.
Probably can't see it either.
I'm going to yell, "Hey, you giant fuck!" and start dancing to try and distract him through a performance check.
Do it!
Come on!
Do it!
Of course not.
It's a failure,
It's
isn't
a
it?
6.
Dude, we had to get like
A
a
3.
20
Oh, I thought
plus
it
or
was
something.
No,
It's
if
a-
it
you'll
went
get a
to the
20.
17, it would have
No,
worked.
I thought it was an 8.
On skills, you have to get 20.
Why the fuck?
After it, you were up, and then we start round 10.
We're at 2 failures, by the way.
Yeah, but
He's pretty much good. He's gone.
Uh,
Have I made it up to my dude yet?
You are
Shoes
nowhere
at-
near this scene.
no, I
Well,
had
the
to
bird's
walk it up
gone,
to
yeah.
the dude. The
The
one
bird-
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So-
We'll address that.
I just
The
want to make sure he
round-
doesn't get away
the
well.
round reset, right? Am I able to use religion again, or
You're at the bottom of the round, so it isn't.
okay?
So, yeah.
You used religion last round,
Yeah,
so you're
so
good
you're
now.
yeah, you
okay.
are free to use it again.
Okay.
My bad.
Still praying. 9.
Believe
That's it, he gets away.
harder.
Gone.
God damn it.
All right, he's gone. And that is where we will go ahead and wrap up with Magnus Aevum, episode 1.
That was good.
You have successfully captured 2 individuals that seem to be faking as watchers, and you have failed at capturing a strange, altered individual with no motives to be had. A mystery to be solved. Adriana, a professor, is now missing. And a science experiment that you might get to partake in tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll find out next time on episode 2 of Magnus Aevum.
All I know is
on
I'm
Mondays.
All I know is I am talking to my buddy Mike from Critical Hit Gaming Supplies, and I am getting some new fucking dice, because fuck these ones.
Alrighty, so go ahead and take us out,
All
Jason,
right,
for me.
yes, thank you so much, everybody. We hope you enjoyed, hope you had a good time, and we hope you guys will watch us again next Monday night. Once again, our next session of Out of Our Ascension is Saturday at 7 p.m., so that is what, the 27th?
Sounds right.
All right, Saturday the 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our episode. It would actually be 17, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, episode 17 of Out of Our Ascension. Come join us for that. And then the following Monday for episode 2 of Magnus Aevum.
Awesome.
Hope to see you guys there. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.